Good morning, everyone, and good very, very early morning or very, very late night in those who are joining from Asia. It should be around 1:30 or 1:40 a.m. in Tokyo or Seoul, but I do see your name. Thank you so much for joining us virtually. Again, like my name is Ji-hye Kim. I'm an assistant professor at the School of Art at the University of Arizona. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the two-day symposium, Photography in Asian Diaspora in the Americas. This symposium is part of an ongoing series on Asian photography and proudly sponsored by Arizona Arts, the School of Art, the Center for Creative Photography, and the Center for East Asian Studies at the University of Arizona. We are also deeply grateful for the generous support from the Vivian Fong and Daniel Chen Gift, which has helped make this event possible. This marks already the fifth iteration of the symposium, which was originally conceived by myself and Meg Jackson Fox, who was then the curator of interdisciplinary and community practices at the Center for Creative Photography. She is currently the director of the Feitler Center for Academic Inquiry and head of education at the Smart Museum of Art at University of Chicago. The Asian Photography Symposium series began in 2022 with a symposium on Korean photography, where artist Yong-Soo Min delivered the keynote address. Sadly, Min passed away last year. Throughout her life, Yong-Soo Min's work as an artist, curator, educator, and activist deeply engaged with the complexities of identity shaped by colonial and diasporic histories. This year's symposium on the Asian diaspora in the Americas is also a tribute to her legacy and her profound contribution to the field. Before we start today's program, I want to share some acknowledgements. We respectfully acknowledge that the University of Arizona is on the land and territories of indigenous peoples. Today, Arizona is home of 2020 federally recognized tribes, with Tucson being home to the Tono Dome and the Yaqui. I also would like to thank my colleagues at our history program, School of Art, and the Center for Creative Photography who helped organize this event. Although Asian diasporic communities in the Americas have long been subject of photography, often depicted as exotic ethnic enclaves, they have also worked to challenge this narrow visual framework. Tifu's Picturing Model Citizen, beginning with a reflection on an event in Tucson, examines how citizenship is both articulated and disarticulated through photography. The year 2025 marks also 50 years since the fall of Saigon, signaling the end of the Vietnam War, a controversial, brutal, and deeply divisive conflict. The histories of war and empire that continue to shape Asian American lives, such as Korean War and Vietnam War, are vividly captured in works like Grace Jo's Taste Like War. Edward Glissant once observed that, quote, every diaspora is the passage from unity to multiplicity, end quote. Yet his call to embrace the state of perpetual change evokes complex emotion in me, particularly when I encounter the diverse practices of Asian diasporic photography. In these practices, the experiences and memories of war, along with the persistent obsession with belonging, often unsettle any stable sense of time for Asian Americans. Photography in this context has not only served as a record, but also as a means of constructing alternative narratives. For instance, in Brazil, where around 300,000 Japanese immigrants and their descendants lived, the majority, known as Kachigumi, believed that Japan had won World War II. As Brazilian newspapers circulated photographs documenting the U.S. post-war process, the Kachigumi annotated and reinterpreted these images to support their conviction. One photograph, for example, was described by the Kachigumi as depicting a defeated American general showing a victorious Japanese envoy around, with an added note that the defeated general hesitates when asked to shake hands with him. The sense of being and becoming, which the Aperture Special issue explored, becomes further complicated when encountering Korean Americans, including Vietnam War veterans who commemorate Park Chung-hee, the military dictator who ruled South Korea from 1963 to 1979 through his portrait photograph. This symposium explores the historical trajectories, cultural productions, political mobilizations, and social realities of Asian diasporic communities across the Americas. We invited scholars, photographers, curators to join the collaborative endeavor to diversify and decolonize the discipline of photography and its history. So I hope you could join all the session for the next 2 days. There will be a Q&A session in each panel, and I encourage those who join us via Zoom to type your question into the Q&A box. Now, I'm delighted to introduce Colin Blakely, who gives opening remarks. Colin Blakely is the director of the School of Art at the University of Arizona. Prior to joining the University of Arizona in July 2015, he was the department head and full professor of photography at Eastern Michigan University and Ypsilanti, Michigan, where he was on the faculty for 14 years. He currently serves on the board of directors for the National Council of Arts Administration as treasurer, and until recently, the College Art Association as a secretary and acting treasurer. Colin's work has been known at PhotoFest Houston, the Society for Contemporary Photography, the Pingyao International Photography Festival, the Griffin Museum of Photography, the Photographic Center Northwest, and the Jen Beckman Gallery. Colin was a runner-up for the 2000 Aperture Portfolio Prize and a winner 2007 Hot Shot. Publications include Pose to Begin, Photography Quarterly, and The Humble Collector's Guide to Emerging Art Photography. He received his BA from Williams College with a double major in math and studio art, and his MFA in photography from the University of New Mexico. Please join me in welcoming Colin.
Thank you, Jihei. I am really honored to be here for what I think is a really important endeavor in terms of the history of photography, and ultimately one that, in my mind, is doing nothing less in its impact than trying to rewrite and expand the canon within that history. So I want to thank and recognize everybody who's been a part of this, and in particular Jihei for her amazing efforts organizing it all, but I will get to that more in just a minute. Good morning, or with a special welcome to our international audiences joining us remotely. Good afternoon, good night. We're really excited to have all of you all here with us today. I also want to provide a special thanks to CCP and the CCP staff, in particular Denise and Jenna, who are both with us this morning. CCP has been a really great collaborator for us on all of these symposia, both serving as a site, but also helping with the organization. And we appreciate that partnership and hope to see it continue. So between the strength of overall of our art history program here at the University of Arizona, as well as its dedicated focus in the history of photography as led by Dr. Kim, the unmatched resources and work being done at the Center for Creative Photography, our #3 ranked studio photography program, and the larger ecosystem of internationally recognized galleries and other photography-related resources in our broader community, Tucson is an exciting locus of activity with respect to the medium of photography and its history. I hope you will find the University of Arizona a fitting host for this symposium, and the ones that have preceded it as well. And for those that are here in person today, I hope you'll have an opportunity also to enjoy Tucson more broadly as part of your visit here for this symposium. In addition to the infrastructure of the photography infrastructure at the University of Arizona, the positioning of the symposium also ties directly into the broader vision of our arts infrastructure on campus. In response to a university strategic plan that foregrounded the arts as a vital component of the university identity, 6 years ago, the new Division of Arizona Arts was created on campus. This division brings together into a single organizational structure the arts academic units, of which the School of Art is obviously one, with the engaging and presenting units, which include both the Center for Creative Photography and the University of Arizona Museum of Art. Doing so not only makes collaboration easier, it instills a shared sense of purpose and vision in thinking about the impact that the arts can have. This symposium serves as a perfect example of both the collaboration and the broader impact represented by the Vision of Arizona Arts. Our telling of history is an ongoing work in progress, and at the base of this process is a fundamental question of what stories get told and by whom. Because the histories with which a society becomes familiar ultimately reflect the work of dominant voices within the society, it is incumbent upon us to interrogate and ultimately to expand on and add new perspectives to those histories. So when Jihye began work on the broader initiative that this symposium is part of, this was exactly what she intended to do. The idea was simple and yet wildly ambitious. Develop and launch a series of symposia around Asian photography that would bring together voices from the East and West in dialogue around this topic. I was immediately impressed by the ways in which Dr. Kim, at that time only in her 3rd year on the faculty, was already thinking about the broader impact she wanted to have on her discipline. She is, of course, doing this through her scholarship as well, with one book under contract and another on the way. And for here, I'm gonna pause and step back for just a minute and brag a little bit on Jihye, because as of 18 hours ago, she found out that she is soon to be Dr. Associate Professor, tenured Kim at the University of Arizona. Really, really excited, and that recognition, I think, is just a small token of the amazing work that she's doing. However, even beyond that, with these symposia, she is thinking not in terms of an individual research agenda, but how to be a catalyst for a broader body of knowledge, and equally important, the creation of communities around that body of knowledge. This is not something that can be accomplished through a single activity or event. It requires sustained effort, and it is endeavor I applaud. Nor is it something that can be accomplished alone. Building a community requires broad participation. And so, while I want to recognize Jihye and Denise and Jenna for their work leading this endeavor, I also want to recognize and thank all of you all who are participating both in person and remotely today. You've been active participants in the community, and you are collective participants in something I sincerely believe will have important consequences. This symposium is, I had the 4th, but I think I heard you say it was the 5th, is that right? So I think I missed one, because I think there's actually 2 on Korean photography. So this is the 5th installment then, with others focusing on Korea, Taiwan, and Southeast Asian photography. And I suspect many of you all have participated in one or more of those before today's symposium. So my sincere hope then is also that this won't be the last symposium. And gathering and knowing what I do about Jihye's drive and determination, I sincerely suspect that it won't be. So I want to conclude my introduction today by offering a special thanks to Vivian Fung and Daniel Chung, whose generous support has made this weekend's symposium, as well as the continuation of Jihye's really important work possible. I'm really excited for what's to come. And so welcome, thanks for attending. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jihye.
So I will moderate the first panel of today. I think there should be screen. Copy. So, and then I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Chiang Hu. Where's Chiang? Uh, Chiang Hu is a PhD student in art history, theory, and criticism at the University of California, San Diego. Her research examines post-war, I think I should go to the next, yeah, post-war Asian American, Asian diasporic, and multiracial art, with a particular focus on how identities are constructed and performed. She holds BA in Art History and Philosophy from Brandeis University and an MA in History of Art and Archaeology from IFA. Her master thesis explored the work of Afro-Chinese Jamaican artist Albert Chong, analyzing how vernacular objects and photography shape identity with an overlooked historical narratives. Chang, over to you.
Good morning. So I'm the first speaker, so a little bit nervous. Also the first time doing symposium as a PhD student. So please bear with me if I have any, glitch or something. So I'll be here to present my paper on from family albums to public archives, a close study of vernacular photographies in an exhibition titled Growing Up Asian. So vernacular photography encompasses a broad spectrum of categories that embodies qualities that were utilitarian, domestic, and popular. Among all types, personal vernacular photography span a wider array of interests and spontaneities. They serve personal needs, functioning as a private and narrative medium that are typically understood as intimate artifacts whose significance is confined to a small immediate group of people. They exercise the editorial power in constructing narratives and become the most immediate means for those who want to curate what they wish to leave behind and to shape memories and identities. While embodying a degree of public-oriented performance, these photographs are authentic as visual evidence of the histories told through the lens of the experience. At the same time, the established histories of photography had chosen to ignore as evidence of alternative historical narratives, one that detached from the canonical history and embodies a sense of otherness existing outside the mainstream, characterized by its absence. Yet this absence shows what was previously intentionally ignored and left undocumented. When transformed into vernacular photographs, they become significant not just as individual memories, but as tools for understanding collective histories, social environments, and cultural identities. Placing among numerous of others, how do photographs generalize the perception of Asian American identity? Surveying through a personal archive from the Chen and Hao family, an exhibition titled Growing Up Asian, and exploring through the selection of family photographs and everyday snapshots spanning from the late 1800s to the present, multisensory experience is raised to dislocate the viewer, allowing for a deeper encounter with the histories of resilience, solidarities, and identity embedded within the Asian American experience. Curated by artist Timothy Hall, Growing Up Asian, Photographs and Artifacts at the Skyline College Art Museum brought a private family collection into the public eye. Timothy Hall transformed the family portraits, artifacts, documents, and snapshots by repositioning them from the domestic space to a public gallery. Operating a small photography studio in San Francisco, Hall draws from the photographs handed down through generations and taken by himself. The collection began with the Hall's family's arrival in San Francisco in 1850s, home to one of the earliest and largest Chinese American communities in the United States. And in 1864, the Hall family established a herbal medicine shop, Owen Town, in Chinatown. Spanning from the late 1800s to the late 1900s, the photographs document not only the family, but also moments of daily life around them and the evolving environment. Accompanying the exhibition is a digital archive that is available online that includes all the photographs alongside a series of recorded interviews conducted by Hall with his family members. The collection provides a compelling intersection of Chinese American cultural identity and its representation within American society. Spanning over a century, this collection weaves the multi-generational narrative that reflects changes in the social environment and the shifting meanings of identities over time. Portrait Chen family was taken around 1920 during the Chen family trip back to their hometown in China to find wives for the two sons. The little girl standing in the center is Ha's mother, surrounded by her parents. The two young women sitting next to Ha's grandmother are the wives of the two sons, who are sitting next to their father on the right. The rest of the standing figures are Ha's grandparents' children. The notable feature on this photograph is the two types of attire from Chinese and Western traditions. The clothing differences convey the family's attempt to navigate and express their multifaceted identities. The two seated wives, who had not yet been to the United States, wore the traditional style jacket paired with a skirt, while all the Chen children who were born in the United States dressed in Western suits and dresses. Interestingly, Ha's grandparents remained in traditional Chinese clothing despite having settled in a foreign country. This choice underscores their enduring connection to their cultural roots and their embrace of heritage. The photograph serves as a visual documentation of negotiation, continuity, and transformation within an immigrant family across generations. Beyond clothing, the environment of this portrait, including the artificial backdrop, reflects the family's identification and social alignment. The portrait was taken with an artificial backdrop depicting a European-style interior. The background setting suggests a luxurious space with affluent material walls, and the diagonal arrangement creates an illusion of a larger and grandeur space. This background creates an interesting comparison with the painting titled China Chen Home, commissioned in China by Ha's grandfather to depict the family's garden home. The painting incorporates similar elements, and according to Ha's mother, it remains accurate in capturing the layout and composition of their home. Despite having this beautiful home, the Chen family preferred the backdrop. According to Ha, it was common at the time for Chinese parents to send their adult children abroad to alleviate the family's financial burdens. The widespread experience of poverty fostered a collective desire to see life and work in a foreign country as a solution. The European-style backdrop in the photograph embodies not only an aspirational vision of material abundance, but also a psychological projection of success and upward mobility. Within this broader cultural framework, the Chen family used this visual troupe represent actualization through their own experience. The photographs becomes a performance of belonging, suggests a realized life. Thus, the constructed environment is a symbol of societal desire, a cultural performance of identity, and a declaration of achievement. A family photograph from the Hall family titled Family Reunion captured the pivotal moment on Hall's paternal side of family in San Francisco around 1930s. Unlike a traditional family portrait, this photograph serves as a documentation of the entire family reunion with their youngest brother after Hall's paternal grandfather sent his wife back to their hometown in China during her pregnancy, ensuring all the children were born there. While standing in front of the entrance of an apartment building, the families present with a sense of seriousness and formality. Hall's father stands at the far left alongside the two older brothers, with their youngest brother on the opposite end. The setting offers little contextual detail. However, I would argue that it is this absence of decoration and surrounding object that reflects the identity of the Hall family. The location, presumably the entrance of their residence, implies the family's stable and permanent home in the United States. Their clean attire and groomed appearance suggests a sense of order, health, and self-sufficiency. The strange seriousness on everyone's face is the opposite of nervousness, showing confidence and discipline. This family photo become more than a simple reunion snapshot. It is a visual performance of the family's self-establishment in San Francisco. When photographs are taken, identities are constructed both intentionally and unintentionally. Family portraits intend to display the best image of the family, to idealize and beautify themselves. However, the identities within these photographs are also marked by oscillations and contradictions, so unintentional choices remain unnoticed. In Chen family, the older generation's grandparents' preference for traditional Chinese attire coexists with their willingness to allow children to freely adopt Western clothing. This generational divergence reveals a latitude within Chinese American identity as perceived by first-generation immigrants. In the Hall family, the outward display of the achievement in the Chinese United States contrasts with their grandfather's insistence on having all the children be born in China, sustaining a connection with their home. This underlying tension between the two homes, China and the United States, complicates the seemingly harmonious surface of the photographs. This contradiction, while not immediately apparent, revealed the unintentional display of layered and sometimes conflicting identities. In these photographs, identity exceeds a singular or binary definition. While the meaning of identity is intentionally constructed by the subjects of the photograph, the viewer's response shape how these identities are communicated and understood. Viewers encounter family photographs through a haptic quality, a form of touching that includes both seeing the photographs as material objects, highlighting the physical contact, and also engaging with the photographs through a mode of analysis remains on the surface. Intimacies emerge through facial expression and bodily affection as form of universal language. In this formal atmosphere, affection is primarily expressed through the children. In the Chen home, the only instances of physical touch appear among the three little girls standing in the front row, where the affection is displayed through differences as they invade separate spaces, conveying dependency and longing for care. In family reunion, a similar sense of restraint is evident, with the youngest brother tuck his hands behind their pockets. But here, the emotional resonance is raised through the unexpected similarities. The youngest children mirror the adult posture, attempting to be serious and fit into the family against the expectation of a child. Across both photographs, it is through the small and unspoken moments that the image evoke a quiet and effective power. Beyond allowing the photographs to speak for themselves and convey constructed identities, growing up Asian further deepens the sense of intimacy through the strategy employed by Hall by arranging multiple photographs against a larger backdrop, and accompanies them with writings on family history. The two panels titled Chen Home and the Chen family and the Hall family, photographs from various time, locations, and occasions are presented together to trace each family's journey. These snapshots surrounding the central family portraits are sites of convergence between identities and motions, at once orderly and chaotic, posed and spontaneous. In Four Chen Sisters, Uncle Number 2 and Uncle Sim from the Chen family panel, while the composition remained constructed, the interactions suggest intimacy through the touching, embracing, and supporting that transcend the constraints of materiality of the photograph. And the Hall family panel offers a more visible, spontaneous moment when a sudden gust of rain interrupts the photo. These group photos transcend their ordinary origins through the emotional they carry. They're not distant and static, but are imbued with affection and family bonds. Even when becoming vernacular photographs and exhibit in an exhibition, the affection and sensation remain. In this panel representation, time is visualized. Through the series of portraits and snapshots, the Hall family panel captures Hall's fathers at different life stages. The visible shift in expression and posture mark not only stages of life, but also stages of identity formation. At the same time, the subtle conveyed facial expression can also be read as a response to the photographer, showing the various relationship between the subject and the author behind the camera. As the photographer changes, authority is shared and the memories are curated together. For viewers, the temporal quality elicits a unique form of intimacy. To follow the figures through time and change is to accompany them and to almost become the photographer. Even in the absence of narrative context, the viewers are invited to experience the photographs as if they're personal to them. Intimacies emerge in the act of observation, noticing transformation. If the emotional resonance of the photograph lies in their content, the panel's physical arrangement and the formal structure evoke the familiar format of a family album and haptic quality. Initially, Hall's decision of creating the panel was due to the size of the exhibition space, where the high ceiling and empty spaces really shrinks the size of the photographs on the walls. However, this unintentional choice returns the viewer to the photograph's original intention. Before transforming into vernacular photographs, physical surroundings construct their immediate history where the family albums are crafted narrative by their makers. When photographs enter an archive, physical touches and the photograph surface are no longer invited. And in exhibition, the physical distance is imposed through the frame and the glass. Hall's integration of the short paragraphs makes the reading of the photographs more accessible, while mimics the formal quality of a family album. The physical environment is returned to its narrative intent, an embodied act of remembrance through the feeling of touches when the finger passes through the faces and body on the photograph is regained. Through these panels, the boundaries between the family photographs and vernacular photos are erased. And Hall further personalized the experience by assigning simple and generic titles. This familiar and personal framing invites viewers to imagine their photographs within their original setting rather than hung on a wall in the public gallery. The use of first-person narration transformed the panel into an act of storytelling. By doing so, Hall bridges the division between the personal and the public, allowing the photographs to transcend their historical context and both shared connection between him and the viewers. At the same time, the exhibition also invites a wholesome bodily experience while intimacies can be embodied. And during the opening reception, Hall played live music for the visitors, and in his opening remark, he talked about the family history addressing the audience like his kin. At the same time, the gallery space itself was physically interrupted by pedestals, each displaying objects from Hall's family history. As viewers engage with photographs from the past, the objects can be located nearby. History was not only recalled through documentation and Hall's first-person storytelling, but also made tangible through tactile presence of the artifact. Resonance was created from multisensory correlation. In this unconventional exhibition space, the once foreign gallery was transformed into a kind of home where viewers are invited to feel as though they belonged. While the family photos create intimacy through their documentation of kinship, Grab Asian also included snapshots of daily lives on the street of Chinatown. Owentown, the herbal medicine shop established by grandfather Hall as a business that nurtured the entire family, is a powerful symbol of Chinese American settlement. 3 photographs that captured the lives around Owentown materialized the meaning of the location across decades. Transformation is visualized, showing the achievement of grandfather Hall. However, the seemingly natural progress was never so simple. After surviving the earthquake in 1906, the shop was targeted by the government law enforcement. The news clip titled "Seized Herbs on Raid in Chinatown" signifies the untold hardship that in 1957, grandfather Hall lost 18,000 worth of merchandise out of his 20,000 collection, based on the accusation that these goods were contraband and had been purchased from Red China. These natural and man-made obstacles almost represent the challenges faced by all the Chinese immigrants adapting to life in the United States. However, through the exhibition and photographs, there is no overt statement of bitterness, only the affirmation of their identities and the preservance of a community. Owentown becomes an active site for expanding our understanding of the untold history. By including the news clip to broaden the scope and the meaning of the location, the exhibition enriched the experience of being a Chinese American. If the family photos portray individual identities associations, the snapshots present a collective identity of Chinese Americans. As Chinese immigrants, a series of discrimination was imposed, including spatial restriction. In response, Chinese Americans developed subtle but yet powerful forms of resistance. This panel titled "Strongman in Chinatown" is a form of resistance to the brutal reality that the only location where Chinese Americans could spend their leisure time was in the YMCA in Chinatown. Here, the alley transformed into a stage. In this visual resistance, their bodies become political. The recurring presence of brick alley wall reinforced the spatial limitation Chinese Americans faced. The narrow, confined, and defined by boundaries not of their choosing. Yet within this wall, their bodies strengthened the Chinese American identity, proving that they were capable as anyone else, regardless of the racial prejudice they face. China's service member is another powerful instance of brave and selfless Chinese American who gave himself to the United States in the fight for peace. As Hall highlighted, the man on the right was a former worker at Owentown before enlisting. The gentle smile on their face are filled with pride, showing no fear or hesitation. There is no indication of when the photograph was taken nor who they are. It is this anomaly that allows interpretation of the figure to be anyone. At the same time, the image serves as a historical documentation of Chinatown. The details in the background offers visual reminders of Chinese American oppression and resistance through the pagoda decoration. The pagoda is a key element in the story of Chinatown and a symbol of success against racial discrimination. In this context, anomaly becomes a powerful tool that allows viewers to see beyond the individual and witness a broader narrative of perseverance. Even without formal records or inclusion in dominant historical account, the lived resistance of Chinese American is preserved visually through the bodies of individuals and the architecture that surrounds them. So in Growing Up Asian, by transforming the Hall and Chen family collection into vernacular photographs open to the public, it welcomes investigations of Chinese American experience from various angles. The exhibition provides a multifaceted and multisensory definition of being Asian. The visual storytelling in each panel invites viewer to witness not just the moment, but the intimate emotional landscape behind. The panel mimics the familiarity of family album, allowing strangers to trace generational shift and reimagine themselves within these narratives. The incorporation of street photography and architectural symbolism expand the focus beyond the household to the larger Chinese American community, revealing layers of collective struggles and resilience. Vernacular photography is inherently defined by absences. And just like vernacular photographies, Chinese American identity is also told through absences. The family photos unfold the stories of multiple generations of Chinese American, from settling to expansion. And this meaning of identity was never approached as performances. We do not need to see or hear the stories. Identities and solidarities among Asian American are experienced through touches and motion. Oh, thank you.
Your Chang. We have Q&A session at the end of the four speakers presentation later. So our next speaker is Stephanie Tong. Stephanie Tong is the Byrne Family Curator of Photography at the Peabody Essex Museum. Tong served as co-curator or assistant curator for As We Rise Photography from the Black Atlantic, the award-winning Power and Perspective Only Photography in China, and the forthcoming Zhongyan-Du, Building Dreams. Most recently, she served as guest editor for Aperture's summer 2023 issue, Being and Becoming Asian in America. She has published widely on photography and contemporary art from Asia. Tong holds BA in Literature and History of Art and Architecture from Harvard University and MA in Art and Architecture from Princeton University. Stephanie, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jihe, and thank you to the Center for Creative Photography for inviting me to speak today. It is a deep honor and a delight to be here in Tucson with so many brilliant scholars and artists this weekend. I'm so excited. The symposium. Today, I'll be speaking about the work of Charles Wang, a San Francisco-born photographer whose photo essay, 1952 Year of the Dragon, was published in the 5th issue of Aperture. I had never heard of Wang before actually starting to do the research for this summer 2023 issue of Aperture. But I was shocked to learn that a Chinese American photographer had a debut and a sort of feature in the magazine 70 years before. So I want to take us into this issue a little bit. The piece, 1952 Year of the Dragon, is a carefully designed sequence of photography and poetry that explores the complex emotions caused by the extortion scheme that plagued the immigrant community in San Francisco's Chinatown in the 1950s. In this presentation, I'm going to contextualize Wong's piece within the early years of Aperture. Charles Wong was also a student of Minor White at the California School of Fine Arts, and it was White who was the co-founder of Aperture alongside Ansel Adams, Dorothea Lange, Barbara Morgan, Beaumont and Nancy Newhall, and he was also the de facto chief editor. So I'm looking at this relationship between Minor White and Charles Wong. I also examine a essay that Minor White did, a photo essay that Minor White did in collaboration with students in his class about Chinese New Year that was in the same issue. So comparing and contrasting these two visions of Chinatown that were in this Aperture magazine. And through this, I'm going to actually think a little bit about notions of place, belonging, and storytelling that help shape ideas of American photography in the 1950s. So here we go. Okay. Wong's main piece begins with an image of a man deep in contemplation. The first ransom demand came to the American Chinese as a shock and was treated as an ill puzzle, but it was written by their loved ones. A photograph of three men behind a local newspaper with the headline, Chinese Red Ransom Racket Victims, Map Counter Move in Chinatown Meet, serves as an anchoring device to the time, place, and phenomenon that inspired this piece. The PRC had just been established a few years prior in 1949, and many Chinese Americans were rethinking or reevaluating their relationship to China. Then an extended metaphor follows. The wind came from the east. She strikes at the hearts of those that care. The east wind is personified as a force, flowing across the pages of the photographs. The words touch on the somber images, never explaining them directly, but coloring our interpretation of the pictures, which show symbols of death, mourning, and religious ritual. The man on the left, standing resolutely above the image of the Anti-Communist League poster, becomes a symbol for resistance and dignity in what seems to be the climax of the sequence. Then the denouement. An image of a hazy temple smoke gives way to the joy of a musician and three girls playing. She, the east wind, rises with the prayers that drift over the laughing voices, outward, outward to the east. A written epilogue spells out the stakes of the extortion scheme and its impact on the Chinatown residents. How much could a man pay a blackmailer for the safety of his family still in China? Would there still be enough money? There are only two solutions: pay until the blackmailer claims his body and soul, or choose to be free, thus sacrificing his beloved. Many made the supreme task of forsaking their loved ones, not because they do not love, but because they place human dignity above all suffering. Wong's photo essay is a sophisticated pairing of text and image to tell the story of immigrant heartbreak, displacement, and trauma that verges on the melodramatic in tone. Indeed, the editors of Aperture held it up as an exemplar of the photographer-completed story, in which Wong planned the project. He not only planned the project, but also made the photographs, selected the prints, sequenced them, wrote the text, did the layout, and then presented the material for publication to the magazine. They assert that Wong's piece would change very little for the publication, but as we'll find out later, it actually did change a lot. Having photographers sequence their own work into a compelling story instead of having magazine editors come up with the stories was considered a crucial skill that Aperture was trying to convey at this time. Minor White really wanted photographers to want something bad enough that they will complete a group of photographs which could be published. Immediately following Wong's piece was a photo essay on the 1953 Chinese New Year the following year by Minor White and second-year students at the California School of Fine Arts, including Don Bryan, Edward Stiles, Zoe Lowenthal, George Daffin, and Leonard Zelaskowicz. The editorial notes in this issue provide a really nice play-by-play about how this came about. Minor's teaching objective was to challenge students to think expansively about the significance of the event against a global sort of backdrop. And he also wanted to emphasize how editing was really the important part of this work. He asked his students to go and research Chinese New Year by talking to people in the field and reading books, and then take pictures of the week-long event with as little slant as possible, in a roughly documentary approach. White photographed alongside the students and then supervised as each sequenced their own version of events. When the class critique revealed that the student work was really limited towards atmospheric interpretations or objective reportage, White stepped in and he demonstrated in a virtuosic, I think, editing session how one could actually tell a story with his images. He wanted the picture essay that was to be published to be a, quote, contribution to human understanding. It is important to note that White writes that in this role as an editor, the class could see the creative act in action. What results is an 8-page spread centered on the core ideas stated in the introduction text. Chinatown is a tiny island of an aesthetic, philosophical, Cantonese culture surrounded by a continent of technological, legalistic American culture. With such a tiny island, hardly any other end is possible that the Eastern culture will be diluted till it disintegrates. The present generation wish it this way. The clash of cultures gives way to inevitable assimilation. With this core idea in mind, White and the students then sequence the pictures according to feeling or emotional logic, rather than chronological one, to emphasize a sense of atmosphere and happening. The text is framed as an expository note for the pictures to live and breathe, as if plants in a soil. The photographs focus on the preparation, anticipation for the line dances, then attempt to convey the preparation, the sounds, smells, and textures of the celebration, as seen in the images of symbols and firecrackers at below right. I don't know, can I? Oh yeah, I can do this. As well as a sense of community and fundraising and charitable giving in the upper left. The photo essay ends with poignant pictures of children, representatives of a new generation who wish to be American. White's take on Chinese New Year stands in stark contrast to Wong's. The text is more expository and less poetic, focusing on the explanation of culturally specific rituals and traditions in order to play up the clash of cultures that comes to a head for younger generations. Wong, on the other hand, emphasizes the personal, the individual's conflicted emotions that arise from cutting ties in response to a scam that attempts to bind Chinese Americans to family in China. It should come as no surprise that White's project as a contribution to human understanding is in line with the ideology of Seiken's Family of Man project, which debuted a few years later in 1955. There is a tone of sympathetic, though at times patronizing, progressive humanism, which aligns with the Cold War politics of American cultural supremacy. In fact, the Aperture issue includes a call for submission to the Family of Man, and a note that Steichen approved of this project as a prototype for how the themes of Family Man should be taught in a classroom. So at this juncture, I want to take a step back and think about who Charles Wong and Minor White and the San Francisco social circles that made this work possible were. Wong was born in 1922 in San Francisco, Chinatown. He was a scholarship student. He was awarded a scholarship to attend the California School of Fine Arts, but World War II interrupted his studies. After serving in the Army Air Corps, he worked in design in Bethlehem Steel, then returned to art school and graduated from minors class. He won the Bender Grants in Aid Award, a precursor to the Guggenheim Fellowship for the Year of Dragon project. Following its publication in Aperture, Wong continued with photography for about a decade, showing group shows at the San Francisco Museum of Art and Barbara Zernich's photography gallery with Ansel Adams, Aaron Siskin, Win Bullock, and Edward Weston, before returning to work as an engineer for Bethlehem Steel and Bechtel Corp., which he did until he retired. He met his third wife, the fellow photographer Irene Poon, through Imogen Cunningham, and rekindled his interest in photography later in life. Wong was one of a handful of Chinese American photographers who studied with Minor White at the California School of Fine Arts. And I love photographs like this because it shows like how real people were. And there's pretty goofy, right? But you can see here, there's Minor over there, and he's pointing to Benjamin Chin on the lower app, who's also a really accomplished photographer. Benjamin Chin introduced Paul Capnegro to art photography in Minor. And Chin's archive is also here at the CCP. And I also was struck by this cover of Minor White's Memorable Fancies, which just came out, I think, a couple weeks ago. If you look closely at the top, you can see White's photographs of fellow photographers John Yang and Ernest Louis at Point Lobos, probably during one of their photography field trips to Edward Weston's house. John Yang's photography archives are also here at the CCP. And Ernest Louis is listed on the masthead of Aperture as a co-founder. He was primarily responsible for the design of the early issues. And all this I did not know before actually delving into this. What I did know was that Minor White himself was known for his fascination with Zen Buddhism and Eastern spirituality, which became much more prominent in his later teachings. But I can't help but wonder if this early exposure to this circle of Chinese Americans in post-war San Francisco helped cultivate that fascination. White emphasized associations and sequencing in his own work, endeavoring to look at things to see what else they are. Collaborative works like this between Minor White and Charles Wang are particularly fascinating to me. Here, White has Wang flinging a piece of cloth into the air. The interplay of this white cloud-like form, its dark shadow, and this strange face-like hole in the doorway is provocative. Lightness and freedom exist alongside the grotesque. Prints at the Minor White archive in Princeton show White and Wang repeating this gesture again and again in the search for this perfect composition. So, despite the control that White brought to editing the Chinese New Year photo essay in the Aperture issue, I believe White tried to teach that photography was a means of communication beyond one language. How can an artist take something that is deeply personal and universalize it so that an audience will understand not just the intent, but the spirit of the work? I believe this comes from an intense desire on White's part as a queer man to find ways to express things that he could not say or do. Which brings me back to Charles Wang's Year of the Dragon. I found the dummy for this book in the SF MoMA collection, and when I started to look at it, I realized it's radically different than what appeared in Aperture. The dummy, as it was presented to the vendor grant funders, is much longer, at about 50 pages, and it's split into two parts. The flowery language that was appearing in Aperture, recall the wind came from the east, is gone. It's replaced with short directive statements about Chinese immigrants, place in America, their adaptation and survival. I'm not going to show the whole thing, but you'll see in these excerpts many of the images from the Aperture issue reused in completely different contexts, underscoring the idea that sequencing and storytelling were really the crux of Charles Wang's practice. The images are far from sober as well. They show instead the vibrancy, yet also the difference of the Chinese community in San Francisco. On the left, the severity of an old culture is interwoven with the pattern of the West. On the right, with the turmoil of our time pressing ever so close, life rotates, new and exciting. Instead of showing a clash of cultures between older and younger generation, Wang focuses on agency, their agency. The younger generation exercises its carefree spirit. The older generation adapts itself to new ideas. And the first section ends with a declaration of belonging. This is our inherited freedom to vote as we please. We search for evidence of peace and goodwill to men. Western New Year, laughter and excitement, cares and worries blown to the wind. The Chinese New Year, a season of renewal. A new year, a new day for a tiny American. Where Minor White's photo essay ends with pictures of children who wish to be Americans, Wang's is quite blunt that we already are Americans, equally comfortable with Western and Chinese New Year and fully capable of exercising our power to vote. The second section delves into the extortion scheme and the unspoken pain of leaving loved ones behind in China. Instead of being melancholy, though, the tone is one of defiance in its call for solidarity to resist the extortion scheme. The China of today would no longer be home to the older generation. The dragon here becomes a symbol of pride and unity, following the light of lamps and lanterns to unite the heart of free men. Such a difference between these two versions of Wang's Year of the Dragon was really surprising to me. I can't confirm Minor White's hand in editing Wang's piece for Aperture, but I do think Wang rewrote and resequenced the piece under the guidance of White. In the original here, the focus is much more about Chinese immigrant solidarity, resistance, adaptation, and comfort in America. There's no talk of assimilation, internal cultural struggle, the melodrama of betraying your family, or the island of Chinatown vanishing. Without the inclusion of the first half about Chinese belonging in America, Wang's Year of the Dragon becomes much narrower in focus. So thinking about Charles Wang and Minor White's multiple versions of Chinatown, I've been trying to frame it as a problem of language and audience. Minor White believed in photography's potential as a universal language. He was always trying to find himself in his photographs, to hold up a mirror to his own life and desires and relate what he saw back to the greater world. However, in aspiring for universal intelligibility, perhaps best exemplified by the ambitions of Family of Man, we lose history and specificity. On some level, I think White was aware of this. In his editorials in Aperture, he writes about cultivating an educated audience for photography, who was able to bring their own associations to an image. For Wong, I wonder if there just wasn't an educated audience for his original version of Year of Dragon in Aperture's pages. It seems like he had to simplify and self-orientalize in some ways to become intelligible. In excavating the original, perhaps we can find a means by which the specific experiences of Wong and the Chinese community in America in the 1950s, the unspoken complicated feelings of both pride and loss, can speak to the universal. Charles Wong's work will be included in an exhibition I'm planning for summer 2027, tentatively titled Radiant Afterlives, Photography in, or perhaps now and, Asian America. And so this is something that I'm sharing with the world for the very first time, so I'd love to hear your feedback. These artists, coming from a diverse range of Asian American experiences, use photography as a means of connection and empathy, use photography as a language of connection and empathy to address the gaps and silences that grow out of diasporic histories. How do you show what you can't say? How can photography communicate when language fails or falters? And this is the issue that it grew out of. Growing out of intergenerational dialogues between established and emerging artists, Radiant Afterlives brings together image makers who engage themes of immigrant displacement, memory, forgetfulness, authenticity, vulnerability, and longing. It will debut at the Peabody Essex in summer 2027 with a book by Aperture, and we hope that it will tour internationally, nationally and internationally. The exhibit does not aim to be a comprehensive survey, but rather a conversation amongst Asian American artists of different generations. One of the things I was talking to younger artists about is that there's a realization that, there's a lack of realization that there have been generations before. And so this is an effort to kind of create these dialogues and links to actually allow people to think that you're not the only person who's been thinking about these issues. It is mostly contemporary, with a few historical works serving as touch points or flashbacks. Allowing artists and writers to connect past and present is key. And the exhibition is organized around 5 themes: inheritances, which contends with the physical, psychological, and emotional legacies passed down through generations; past irretrievable, in which artists reckon with longing and loss of grounding stories. Nagatani's work here, I think, would be a key for that section. Echoes and Rhymes, which focuses on the reverberations of memory. There's Irene Poon's photographs of Chinatown on the left, Reagan Louise on the right. Love Without Language, which looks at family collaborations and all that's left unsaid. So we have Ocean Vuong's photograph on the left, and Priya Cambly's image of the inventory of her objects of her mother's worship that were left behind to her. And the last section, Live, 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 which is based on invocation by the poet Ocean Vuong. How else to say to each other, live, 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 but to press the shutter again and again, and creating one's own proof of such miracle. In using photography to acknowledge the absences, omissions, and silences of the past, these artists help us navigate emotions that cannot be expressed or articulated, but are deeply felt. And to bring it full circle, I actually got in touch with Charles Wong in 2023 on the occasion of the magazine coming out. At the time, he was 101 years old, still living in San Francisco with Irene, and he didn't use email and he didn't use a cell phone. So I wrote to him via snail mail. And he wrote back with something that became the sort of ethos of this project, and something I understand now more deeply, having seen his original version for the Year of the Dragon and its emphasis on solidarity and intergenerational dialogue. He said, "This is an important project, especially going into an election year. We are with you." Thank you.
Stephanie. Our third speaker is Boyoung Chang. I think I'm gonna move the next slide. Dr. Chang teaches modern and contemporary Korea in the Department of East Asian Studies at the University of Alberta. Chang's research focuses on photography and art created in and about modern and contemporary Korea. She has published articles about the visuality of Korea, including When Photography Refused to Speak, Oh Hain-kun's Gwangju Story in Photography in 2022, and Deep Order in Korea, North Korea Represented in Liminal Space in Acta Koreana in 2023. So please welcome him, Boya.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for organizing this great symposium, and I'm excited and honored to be part of this ongoing series on Asian photography. So I'm going to present my current research, which is in the very initial stage. So I would hear about your comments and opinions about this research, which is about Tomika's photography of diaspora. I first encountered Tomika's work at the 2023 Tennessee Triennial at Memphis Brooks Museum. The installation featured a green carpet with collaged images on Chinese newspapers. Walls on the upper floor displayed landscapes of the American South, including the first Vietnamese restaurant in Memphis, promoting both authentic Asian cooking and local steaks and barbecue. Resonating with a white family's wedding happening at the museum, the exhibition highlighted the unsettling presence of Asian Americans in the southern landscape. This presentation examines Tomika, who explores the intersectional experiences of the Asian diaspora through strategies of staging, fragmentation, masking, and visual collage. Born in Memphis, Tennessee, to Chinese parents who fled Vietnam in the 1980s, Ka negotiates belonging in spaces where Asian bodies have historically been rendered invisible and exotic. His work challenges representation that assumes a fixed essence of the other with, quote, only one story to tell, end quote, as Cathy Hong writes in Minor Feelings. Drawing on Stuart Hall's conception of identity as production, Lisa Lu's emphasis on heterogeneity in Asian American experiences, and Homi Bhabha's third space, I demonstrate how Ka's work disrupts conventional representation of Asian Americans and argue that Ka's photographs operate in what Hong calls the space of minor feelings, diasporic emotions arising from racial experiences and the lack of structural changes. By inserting bodies into the southern landscapes and cultural symbols, Ka creates visual languages for the unique positionality of second-generation immigrants navigating hybrid cultural identities. In Ka's work, his body appears strategically positioned in landscapes and domestic spaces, where the artist is simultaneously present and absent, creating a visual language of dislocation. One striking image from the series Soap Murders exemplifies this approach. Ka's body lies awkwardly among moss-covered rocks at the ocean's edge. The contrast between his vulnerable human form and harsh, weathered environment creates immediate visual tension. At first glance, the photograph appears to document a physical performance, but closer inspection reveals that what we see is a flat cutout of the artist placed within this rugged landscape. This dimensional disconnect, a paper-thin representation in three-dimensional space, serves as a powerful visual metaphor for what Stuart Hall describes as ruptures and discontinuities that constitute diasporic identity. The photograph's construction directly addresses larger issues of race, gender, and belonging in American history and visual culture. As Ka explains, quote, as a queer Asian American brought up in Memphis, I did not see myself represented in the media or the canon of Western art. I think literally inserting myself into representations is part of my way of trying to resolve that, end quote. Ka's work confronts a specific absence in visual culture and history of the South, as well as a sense of belonging. Beyond documentation, his photograph of Asian communities in the region address the lack of records of Chinese immigrants in the city of Memphis. The staging subverts multiple conventions simultaneously. For instance, Ka's approach contrasts with traditional landscape photography, exemplified by figures like Ansel Adams, who captured sublime American nature with masculine energy. With his Asian body in a passive, somewhat enervated posture, blank expression, and faraway gaze, far from heroic masculinity, the work critiques the genre's history and embeds Asianness in landscape photography. The sensual presentation of Ka's partially dislooped body further challenges conventional representations of Asian male bodies, confronting their desexualization and invisibility in Western visual culture. This approach embodies Lowe's concept of the heterogeneity, hybridity, and multiplicity of Asian American identity. Rather than presenting a singular, authentic representation, Ka creates an artificial, performative image that highlights the constructed nature of all identities. The hand partially entering the frame from the right edge creates a compelling metaphor for how marginalized identities are simultaneously assisted and controlled by external force. This intrusion disrupts any illusion of photographic neutrality, highlighting minor feelings that are generated among racialized subsets. The cutout technique serves multiple functions. Beyond visualizing displacement, it contributes to construct a third space of cultural negotiation in Baba's terms. Neither fully present nor absent, Ka's image exists in a liminal state that mirrors the experience of second-generation immigrants navigating between cultures. The flatness of the cutout creates a visual parallel to the experience of feeling out of place or paper thin in environments coded as white. Yet, by employing humor and theatrical staging, Ka transforms this potential trauma into a creative agency. Ka's strategy of being present and absent is more actively explored through the fragmentation of the body. Reunification has a circular void in a cutout image of his upper body, and through the void, we can see the interior of an Asian restaurant, including a waterfall mural and a hunting trophy, reflecting the hybrid cultural landscape of the American South. While the absence of the face suggests the unsettled presence of Asian identities, which are often unseen and erased, how Ka constructed the image adds another layer of meaning. From the three-dimensionality of the hand holding the cutout, it becomes evident that work is a collage of a photograph of restaurant and a cutout image. By revealing his physical intervention in the image-making process, the artist makes visible the process of identity construction that is mediated by images. This multi-layered approach, revealing and concealing, constructing and deconstructing, embodies what Hope describes identity as, quote, a production which is never complete, always in process, and always constituted with representation, end quote. Through this deliberate fragmentation and reassembly, Ka converts the minor feeling of invisibility into creative agency and suggests how contested Asian identity should be reimagined. Similarly, Ka's puzzle self-portraits address identity as being heterogeneous and in constant progress. While the aforementioned images convey the sense of dislocation, these puzzle images, which are broken into pieces and being rearranged, put more emphasis on the mutable and uneasy status of self, connecting to the marginalization of the artist as an Asian queer person in the American South. As the interlocking pieces shift, the portrait constantly refigures the sitter and refuses to present a fixed story that can be easily understood. Instead, through ruptures and discontinuities, They show how Ka's identity under constant transformation, rejecting an essentialized concept of identity. As a visual metaphor of diasporic experiences, whose identity is in endless negotiation in the play of history, culture, and power, these puzzle pieces invite active engagement with the very process of identity construction itself. On a spatial dimension, his exploration of the Asian diaspora connects directly to the landscape and culture of the American South. As a palimpsest, as Ka calls the South, Asian identity have been erased and rewritten repeatedly there, never fitting in the landscape. Constellations 8 aptly addresses this point. It portrays Ka in a blue kitchen, or rather a cardboard cutout of him, dressed in Elvis Presley's distinctive jumpsuits. Having grown up in Whitehaven, Memphis, the home of Presley's Graceland mansion, the singer and his fandom has been part of the artist's life. So he produced photographs around Memphis and portraits of Elvis tribute artists. So this work reveals how he connects himself to the Southern culture that he is familiar with. This performative photograph unfolds layers of meaning. From the vibrant yet garish setting, intense lighting that flattens the space, Ka's stiff pose and blank face, I read a sense of ambivalence. Does he or his cutout image belong to the space or not? Is he enjoying performing the cultural icon of the South? The unsettling status of Ka's facade suggests how his queer Asian body is never part of the scene. It embodies minor feelings that expose the dissonance between the lived experiences of Asian Americans in the South and dominant narratives that position them as perpetual foreigners. At the same time, what is noticeable is the photographer's agency. Though he may not totally fit in, he still marks his presence, looking directly at the viewer. Drawing on Amelia Jones, who examines how clothing and self-representation construct artistic identity, I pay attention to the sartorial cause that makes him visible. Just as the interplay between his robe and the partially undressed body made him visible in the earlier work, Ka inserts his body into a symbol of Southern culture to decide how his body would appear. While white male artists such as Andy Warhol and Marcel Duchamp, whom Jones discusses, visualizes their naturalized normative bodies through sartorial codes and challenging artistic authority, Ka's sartorial code to the opposite. By rendering his racialized and queer body visible, Ka challenges the very systems that position him either hyper-visible as other or completely invisible in cultural narratives. In this work, Ka's deadpan humor serves as a tool for navigating the uncomfortable tensions of belonging. As Hong notes, citing Henri Bergson, quote, "Humor is godless and entirely human, since humor runs counter to the sublime. Instead of transcending, you are made acutely aware of the skin in which you exist," end quote. This anti-transcendence quality of humor allows Ka to ground his work in bodily experiences. By inserting his cardboard body into the iconography of Elvis, Ka uses humor to make viewer aware of the racialized skin that exists in supposedly neutral American cultures, spaces. The public reaction to this image confirmed his artistic intervention. The image triggered immediate controversy when displayed at Memphis International Airport in 2022. An Elvis fan posted on Facebook, quote, "The city of Memphis has forgotten Elvis fans, what a joke," end quote, leading to its temporary removal. One critic observed, quote, "They couldn't see an Asian guy in an Elvis suit without thinking that was a joke. there is a lot of baked-in racism in the way we look at images, end quote. The incident revealed the tensions that Ka's work explores. The presumption that an Asian face in Southern iconography must be satirical rather than a legitimate claim to cultural space. In the monograph Half Full Quarter, Ka juxtaposes his staged self-portraits and landscape images with faded snapshots from a photo album that his mother gifted him. This photograph functioned as, quote, a mapping of Asian diaspora, end quote, and provide space where different generations' memories, histories, and trauma intersect. Reflecting what Marian Hirsch calls post-memory, which refers to memories of traumatic events transmitted to later generations, Ka's photograph operates as a third space that mediates intergenerational experiences. Taken in Ontario in the 1980s, shortly after she fled Vietnam, his mother's photographs are casual snapshots documenting gatherings around food and birthday celebrations. Rather than addressing trauma, such as the 8 months that she spent at sea, these images represent first-generation immigrants building new lives and creating memories in a new land, starkly contrasting Ka's theatrical approach. Alongside these personal archives, Ka includes his documentary series of southern spaces, such as Chinese restaurant with eclectic interior featuring Bruce Lee posters, red signs in Chinese characters, a backlit photograph of Chinese landscape, and big mouth bass fish plaques. Chinese Buddhist temples, and the Lorraine Motel, where Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. While recording spaces overlooked in official history, they manifest what Lowe calls heterogeneity in the Asian American experience, creating visual evidence that contests dominant visual narrative of Southern identity, often represented with William Eggleston's Bonnell photographs. Ka's staged collaboration with family members, particularly with his mother, explored the psychological dimensions of diasporic experience. In one compelling photograph, both wear facial masks that exaggerate their Asian features. Ka wears a traditional tang suit and holds ubun fans, and his mother wears casual Western attire. Somewhat subverting expected roles, it visualizes the persisting presence of racial heritage and complex negotiations of cultural identity across generations. While exaggerated masks acknowledge the performative nature of racial identity, the role reversal suggests the sense of still not belonging and how second-generation immigrants carry the burden of cultural heritage. Another image features Ka's mother seated in the corner of her father's makeshift dental office, where he practiced for his family and friends after failing to establish his license in the US. In the space, which is an index of history of not belonging, Ka's faces are partially visible in the dental chair through cutout images. This presence suggests how post-memories shape one's identity. Being partially there through representation exemplifies how it connects with family history through mediated, fragmentary stories, and also how the memories are still passed down to affect his in-between identity in flux. Both images demonstrate how Ka uses masking and performance to explore the gaps among intergenerational diasporic experiences. The masks do not simply obscure identity, but function as a physical manifestations of cultural inheritance. Through these images, Ka constructs a space for intergenerational dialogue where inherited trauma and displayed identity can be processed through creative reinterpretation. Exemplifying the vertical generation model of culture which Lowe adopts, To challenge the homogenization of Asians, the collection of photographs further completes the notion of Asian diaspora and Asian American culture. Through strategies of staging, masking, and visual collage, Tomika's photograph unfold the intersectional experiences of the Asian diaspora from a unique position of a second-generation immigrant. His work operates in a third space, which is a liminal zone where cultural identity is neither fully assimilated nor entirely separate, but constantly negotiated. By inserting his fragmented body into southern landscapes and cultural iconography, Ka creates a visual language for minor feelings. Whether through cutout positioned in landscape, puzzle pieces, portraits that refuse fixed representation, or collaborative family photographs that negotiate intergenerational trauma, Ka's work challenged the essentialized notions of Asian American identity. The controversy surrounding his Elvis portrait demonstrate the real-world implications of his artistic practice. Through deadpan humor and theatrical staging, Ka transforms vulnerability into visual power, positioning photography as both documentation and performance, a medium capable of not just recording Asian American presence, but reimagining new possibilities for belonging. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. So now, our final speaker is Hamin Kim. Hamin is first-year PhD student at Boston University, whose research centers on modernization and globalization in Korean art, with particular emphasis on Korea's cultural exchange with Japan and the United States, and the history of performance in Korea. She received her master's degree in 20th century art history from the University of Glasgow, UK, and a bachelor's degree with a double major in clothing and textile and art history from Ewha University, South Korea. She previously held positions at the Art Institute of Chicago, National Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art, Korea, and the Hwanggi Museum. Hamin, please proceed to the
Okay, so thank you, Professor Kim, for the introduction, and thank you everyone for being here today. And I'm really happy to share what I've been working on for a couple of months last year. So this presentation builds upon the idea that the photo book has its own narrative in terms of the sequence of the photos and how it is arranged, how the image intersects with the text, and so on, rather than thinking of photographs as singular and independent. And I will be looking into the photo book made by a South Korean photographer called Chu Hwang, who documented young Asian women in New York during the 90s. Like the title suggests, the book was inspired by the photographer's own experience of living in New York as well as in New Haven in the 90s. And most of the pictures she took were Asian women around her age because in many ways, she reflected herself in the women she photographed. And I brought the book today, but so if anyone's interested, I'm happy to pass it around afterwards. So yeah. For a little bit of biographical introduction of the artist, Chu Hwang immigrated to the States in 1991 at the age of 27 to study documentary photography, and she stayed until 2012 when she relocated back to South Korea. And this is the front and back cover of the book. The cover image comes from her series Stranger Than Paradise, and the back cover and banding are plain white without any redundancy, reflecting the artist's clean and minimalist aesthetic. The book itself is organized into 3 series, mostly in a chronological order. So you can see in the index on the right, the first series is titled 얼굴, which is the Korean romanization for the word face. The second is Stranger Than Paradise, and the third is also a Romanized Korean word called 노래방, which translates as private karaoke rooms. Then follows an essay written by the critic Hyo-sil Yang, who specializes in art and aesthetics, and the book ends with Chu Hwang's Korean and English CV in the end. And luckily, I had a chance to interview the artist herself as well as the editor of the book. We met over Zoom and also exchanged a couple of written questions, but it was really helpful to hear from the artist and the editor themselves in what choices they made in taking the picture and also making this book and why they made those choices. So I'll start with the Uyghur series. The series contains 5 images taken while Chuang was an MFA student at Yale University. She submitted these works as one of her assignments for class, and she recalls that she was the only Asian student in her MFA program during this time. And after living in New York for 4 years, the predominantly white demographic of Yale and its conservativeness came as kind of a culture shock to her from the diversity she experienced in New York. Chuang printed large close-up portraits of Asian women she had met in the streets of New York in the size of 90 and 60 centimeters and displayed their enlarged face to the group, highlighting their faces with a direct and confrontational gaze. However, during critiques, the feedback she remembers receiving from the mostly white male professors were something like telling her that they didn't know that there were these many Asian women in the States. And they were surprised that these Asian women actually all look different. This was in the 90s, so it was a different time, but these were kind of the main feedback she remembers having received at the time. So it was pretty clear that the audience in the States were not understanding what she was trying to say. And all the titles here are called 얼굴, so face, demonstrating that the artist was taking a more systematic approach in the series. This attempt of bluntly printing only the faces of young Asian women and printing them larger than the conventional size of the head was intended to challenge viewers, making them uncomfortable with the direct gaze and angrily showing Asian women in a hypervisible way. I say anger not just because of the reception around these works and Chuang's own experience, but this angriness is also portrayed in the technical use of her pictures where she intentionally outfocuses her subjects and makes the faces blurry, and the blunt display of close-up itself, which is quite detached and emotionless, showing that in Frantz Fanon's words, people of color are often both hypervisible and invisible at the same time, as others judge them from their difference in skin tones, but are noticeable in their systematic discrimination that keeps them marginalized in mainstream society. The intentional making of these quote-unquote failed photographs that is out-focused and blurred reminded me of Jack Halberstein's The Career Art of Failure, where he draws on Scott Standish's theory of the history of failure in America, saying that losers do not leave their traces, whereas winners cannot stop talking about their victories. In that sense, the documentation of failures turns into the, quote, hidden history of pessimism in a culture of optimism, end quote. Reading such pessimistic histories in the lens of queer struggles, Halberstein aligns this idea of failed documents to anti-colonial struggles, the refusal to be read, and the unbecoming of art. Likewise, the failure here in Chuang's works operate in a similar way, revealing people, even if temporarily and are quickly forgotten, who does not conform to mainstream and are thus silenced. The second series is Stranger Than Paradise. This series was created after Chuang graduated from Yale and moved back to East Village in New York. The series is 22 photographs in total for this book, 11 strangers, 10 friends, and 1 is a window shot looking outside from the inside. She mostly took pictures of the strangers outside in the streets and her friends indoors, and she also titled images of friends with their names but used street names for strangers. Although there are little formal cohesion that connect each photographs, Chuang's focus remained on young Asian women she encountered in the city. So for the pictures of the strangers, the artist would normally be out in the streets in the late afternoon, and she would spot Asian women around her age passing by and approach them if she would be able to take their pictures. The interaction was brief because they were mostly on their ways back home, and many of them were kind of reluctant of a stranger taking their pictures on the streets, which I guess is very different from nowadays when I think like a lot of people just randomly approach the people in New York. While many documentary street photographers remain disengaged and detached from their subjects to maintain a level of objectivity, Chuang's method is more nuanced. Though her approach adheres to the aesthetic conventions of street photography, her brief mutual recognition of her subject creates a momentarily imagined community. This interaction transforms a conventional photograph into a space where the photographer and subject acknowledge their shared presence within a vastly diverse city. She would imagine where these women came from, where they are going, where their houses were, and who their families are. The time itself was normally when people get off work, so these questions came up to the artist's mind more naturally in the packed streets, although most of these pictures look as if they were alone. However, rather than seeking answers by directly asking them questions or confirming who they are, Chuang chose to capture the brief interactions as a fleeting moment through her lens. Despite the packed streets, the images look as if the subjects were alone, and although earlier, similar interactions in which the subject is lifted out of a context and seems alone in the frame recall Diane Arbus's works. Arbus described the motive of her photography as stemming from her curiosity about the subject and her personal engagement with them, rather than the picture itself. The exchange on both sides of the camera of seeing and being seen becomes a private moment between the mutual recognition of kindred spirits. In this way, the final image serves as merely a trace of their encounters, and likewise, Chuang captured the brief interaction she had with her subjects in similar ways. The nationalities of the women in the photographs are nullified under the broader rubric of East Asian. The framework that generalizes East Asian women as all the same takes an unconventional approach. Rather than subverting this notion by emphasizing respective individuality, the artist reclaims similarity on her own terms. These women are not simply alike because they share similar skin tones or cultural backgrounds, but because they have experienced similar struggles as young Asian women in this specific location. This was the artist's take on the then prevailing tendency in the Western Hemisphere to homogenize and dismiss the distinctions between East Asian identities. Hyo Yang finds analogy of Sarah Schulman's Girls, Visions, and Everything and uses Michelle Deserto's ideas of tactics to talk about the community culture in East Village in relation to Chuang's works. I extend this argument thinking that Deserto's tactics can also be applied to the performativity of Chuang's photographs, or the process she takes while taking these photographs. Deserto's concepts of tactics refers to the art of the week, describing creative and resistant acts performed within spaces governed by larger systems. Everyday practices such as walking, reading, or conversing carry tactical significance by illuminating on the dimension of daily lives often excluded from grand discourses. For an artist navigating the city, waiting in a specific space and confronting her subject becomes an act of enunciation, a fleeting moment of connection where the artist meets her subjects, takes their photographs, and moves on. These brief encounters create a transient acknowledgement between photographer and subject, mediated through the lens as individuals who share overlapping categories of marginalities. These tactics of subtleties and one-time encounters are both resistant and creative, acknowledging these invisible people in the mundane and overlooked everyday life. Through her lens, the artist captures the shared marginality of Asian women in the city, transforming their presence into a moment of quiet resistance against invisibility. Such tactics continue in the pictures of Chuang's friends as well. Among Chuang's acquaintances featured in the series, Chiyeon appears most frequently. In this picture, Chiyeon and Clara appear together. Their tense expressions and direct gaze suggest a guarded defiance, confronting the viewer with their alertness to the external world. This tense encounter alludes back to the first Uyghur series, where I argued that the blunt display on both spreads of the pages formed a sort of barrier of solidarity. In contrast, Chiyeon and Kat, which is the final plate of the series, offers an intimate glimpse into Chiyeon's private life. Depicted in her kitchen wearing only underwear, she cradles her cat tenderly. The setting, including a mix of old wooden furniture, soy sauce bottles, a mother of pearl table on the left lower end, and the aluminum foil on the kitchen walls, creates an unnatural atmosphere pointing away from a conventional New York household. Chiyeon's inward gaze and contemplative expression signal vulnerability and introspection, emphasizing her safe personal space. Yet, a quiet melancholy lingers as if she carries the weight of care for the cat. As viewers, we are unable to know what Jiyeon is exactly thinking in this interior, but can resonate with the allegory of, quote, strange girls in strange rooms, quote, that herald the next chapter, 노래방. The last series I will talk about is 노래방 or karaoke series. And Chuang first followed her friend to a 노래방 in Koreatown in 32nd Street. And she was kind of shocked on the very outdated and kitschy decor that seemed frozen in time. For this reason, she initially wanted to take pictures of the room themselves. However, she would spot young girls who were using these rooms to sing. The artist wondered what they were doing. They were really young, and it seemed as if they were skipping classes to be there, and she was convinced that these Asian girls were seeking refuge into these cubicles where they can be themselves in their small worlds. Unlike the other two earlier series, this series was all staged, although the artist would wait at the entrance and ask girls if she could take pictures of them. This was also something that was better understood to the viewers at the time compared to the earlier two series, because the message seemed to be clearer and easier to understand in this artificial physical setting. Unlike the two earlier series, this series incorporates text, including lyrics from the Korean song Thorn Tree by 시인과 촌장, or in English, The Poet and the Village Chief, and Jennifer Lopez's I'm Glad. The first plate is in this series features Lopez's lyrics, which is asking one to not leave her. Two subsequent plates on page 63 and page 70 present Thorntree's lyrics in Korean alphabet, with female portraits interspersed between them. The Korean lyrics articulate the turbulence of how people often feel in their 20s: confusion, self-doubt, and a burdened heart by overthinking and internal struggles. Positioned alongside portraits, the lyrics create a dialogue between internal conflicts between pushing others away, but also yearning for connection, like the lyrics Lopez song referred to. This sentiment also subtly gestures to the previous series, Stranger Than Paradise, holding on to the fleeting moments of exchanges in New York, where the city is constantly changing and defined by its dynamic, transient nature. Inside the small artificial cubicles of 노래방, with their disco lighting and auto-tuned sounds, time and space seem to flow differently. For the young women who seek refuge here, the rooms transform into what Michel Foucault describes as heterotopias, an approximation of a discursive and utopian space for unfit bodies. As a counterspace, the 노래방 is a heterotopia where the burden of alienation is momentarily lifted and the girl's anxiety is released through singing. Immersed in an ambient experience, the space facilitates confessions of deep, intimate emotions that might otherwise remain unspoken. So, I also wanted to talk a little bit about the making of the book. The editor of the book, Seo-Yoon Chang, was one of the many driving forces of encouraging the artist to publish this photo book. She used to work as a journalist at an art magazine in Seoul, and she met Chuang in 2016 as a journalist to interview the artist. Chuang wasn't really sure of showing her earlier series, especially the first Face series, but Chang really resonated with her early works. Because 2016 was when there was the feminist reboot in South Korea, which I really don't have that much time to talk more about, but there were a chain of very important events, including the misogynistic murder that sparked national controversy on women's rights, and the subsequent Me Too movement, and so on. But the point is, Chang saw the alignment between what was going on then and what Chuang was saying in the 90s in Yale. Against this backdrop, Chuang viewed her photographs as portraits of young Korean women navigating uncertain stages of life, often post-graduation but without established careers. Her work conveys quiet solidarity, affirming viewers through shared experiences of vulnerability, loneliness, and the unsteady path of the generation searching for its footing. So they have worked on many projects together since, as editor and artist, but also as curator and participating artist, as you can see in the poster on the right. Regarding the layout of the book, Chuang was the first to lay out all the photos the way she wished to publish, but Chang also made some changes with the layout. But she always consulted with the artist, noting that this is primarily the artist's personal project. And the book was published by Mediabus, which is an independent publishing company specializing in art books. They also run a small but important art bookstore in Seoul called the Book Society. And Chu Wang's book was distributed in the Book Society, as well as another bookstore called Irasan that only specializes in photo books. For the production process itself, while the publishers and the editor had collaborated on multiple projects, the publishers didn't interfere much in the layout and mostly left it up to the editor and artist to make a lot of the choices. And to talk a little bit about funding, normally these photographic books are, if not produced as part of an exhibition catalog, always receive governmental funding. That is why I was kind of surprised when I heard that it was a private project fully funded by the artist herself. The artist said that she didn't feel comfortable to take opportunities away that could have gone to younger artists who are more in need for securing these funds. And although it is definitely not a lucrative project, since the cost is approximately 18 US dollars, which even in Korean standards are extremely low, she intends to keep making these photo books because she enjoys the fact that especially students can afford her work through these kinds of books. So wrapping up, I wanted to conclude with this quote from Greg Bordowitz, because while he was speaking about the communal bonds formed during the AIDS crisis in the 1980s, his insights resonates with the ethos of Chu Wang's works in that her photographs embody a similar paradox of longing for connection, but also separation from her subjects. Yet, instead of being preoccupied by its paradox, Chu Wang embraces such encounters, celebrating the fleeting nature of mutual recognition and the ephemeral exchanges that urban life offers. Her work stands as a testament to the quiet yet profound impact of these transient moments, finding intimacy and solidarity in urban spaces where they are very least expected. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the four speakers. These are really, really fascinating talks. And we'll now have a Q&A session. So I invite the four speakers to the front. And I encourage you, those who join us virtually, put your question onto the Q&A box. Then I'll collect some questions as well. So. And for the audience, there will be a microphone. So if you have a question, raise your hand and then speak to the microphone for the audience joining via Zoom as well. Okay. I'm always take advantage of being a moderator to ask a lot of questions, but I also trying to give you time to think. I should go first, okay? So lots of questions, but at the same time, I do see like conversations among the all four presentation as well, like shared issues, basically for the topic of this symposium. The first question for all of you is the issue of language, right? So like for Chang, the title of exhibition is Growing Up Asian, but the pieces are about Chinese American, and throughout your presentation, it's always Chinese American, but the exhibition title is Growing Up Asian. So like I wonder like what connection between Chinese American versus or Asian American, and well, this is related to sort of like essentializing linguistic gesture as well, and also very interesting titles for Tomika, so like soft motors and constellation. So I wonder like how and why Ka chose those unique titles for his photographic images, and also the Aperture magazine, like Charles Swan, and also Minor White, like those accompanying texts, like the tension or supplementary relation between images and language in those texts as well. And also for Zhu Hang, the photographer intentionally chose the Korean language title, right? 얼굴 노래방. But at the same time, she wants to address the issue of being Asian woman, living Asian woman in New York City or in East Village. So there's a really interesting discussions about the language for. I mean, this is all photographs, right? But at the same time, how what different contexts these linguistic gesture provide for all these presentation. And the other issue I want to ask all of the speaker is the issue of venue. So presenting and introducing your the photographic works or photographs. For instance, the whole exhibition is basically vernacular photographs into the gallery space. But at the same time, the display space still hung on the wall. So the audience not supposed to touch, right? And also Ka's photograph at the Memphis airport. And also photography magazine. And also for Zhuang, photography book. So all different venues, they're in a different way. They're trying to engage sort of like targeted audience might be different, or they want they want to try some different types of a critical intervention into those different venues. So these are sort of like very big two questions. And then I'll give you time to respond and I'll collect questions from the audience as well. And I'm looking at the Zoom screen too. Anyone goes first?
Sure. I guess yes. Language and venue. I think I'm fascinated with language. I mean, that is the sort of subtext or the sort of underlying theme for the exhibition. I mean, what language can fail, or photography beyond language in some ways. I guess within the sort of specific context of Charles Wang, I think it's quite interesting because I don't know what language he could speak or what, what amount of Chinese he knew. But there's always this, I think, I forget who said it, but there's this idea that that loss of language, that separation from language is that sort of first separation or as a sort of diasporic person. And so I do think he's kind of thinking about these things as well. Within the context of the actual piece, I thought it was interesting how for them, Minor White was talking about how the language, the text is supporting the pictures like plants, as if there were plants in soil. And so in this way, I guess the text is supposed to be like soil that's supporting these sort of pictures. And so it's a really interesting way in which it's not supposed to be like captions, but they are sort of giving and coloring the whole sort of project. I don't know like how to make of that. And I don't really know, I don't know how much more I can say about that at this point, but it was just something that's very interesting to me, how that language was placed there. And in terms of venue, I think it was interesting to that White was really thinking of Aperture as this educational tool. It was something that was different than the magazines that were coming before it, in which it was supposed to really educate the audience about how to connect with photography. And so in that sense, I think having these sort of photo essays as demonstrations of sequencing was really important to him. But I was very surprised to see this work there and the two sort of visions of the Chinatown. And he never went into, there was no sort of response. There were no other sort of letters to the editors. So I have no idea how people perceived of the reception-wise of the book, of the two essays in the magazine.
So thank you for this very interesting questions. I have so many things to say about the exhibition space and venue. And first of all, in terms of the title of his series, Soft Murder is from what Susan Sontag said about the act of photographing of is the the process of soap motor. So it has to do with like a process of taking photography itself, and it also has to do with his family history. Like his aunt was murdered by domestic violence in Nashville like 20 years ago. So he also refers to this like violent like nature of like Asian American lives. So there are like so many like layers of meaning that is embedded in his work. And in terms of the exhibition space and venue, so when I like entered this museum in Memphis, there was very weird dynamic between this Asian, African American, white cultures. So the building itself was like very white, very like Art Nouveau style, like Art Beaux-Arts style, like a very classical white building. And there was this like huge wedding of a white family. So the entire space was like dominated by that ambience. And there was this images, photographs of Tommy Carr, and it was supposed to be occupied by the visitors. But when I visited, it was like a later stage of the exhibition, and there was this railing around this a green carpet. So there was this like lack of like access and engagement of this with the work, which was very interesting. And yeah, and when his work was exhibited at this gallery in New York, the display was like so different. So there was no framing or like a uniform like format, but they were like displayed on the floor and different parts of the walls in like two-dimensional, three-dimensional spaces. So the viewer were like more like encouraged to interact, and the images were supposed to create some like dynamic narrative in a conversation with each other. So I think his work is so meant to create its own like narrative. As I introduced this monograph from the Aperture, which is a like collection of very heterogeneous bodies of images. So the way he presents his images is part of his like process of presenting and constructing his identities, and it works with the context or different bodies that he works with in different contexts. So yeah, so this yeah, like the interplay with exhibition space and venue gives more like space for his work to create layers of meaning. So that's my thoughts.
In terms of Chuang and language, there's definitely this very insistence of Korean romanization. And I think it has to do with something on the way she works, because her works also has a lot of different layers. And if you see the photographs, it's not very direct, it's very indirect and subtle. So if you just look at a singular photograph, it's not like the message isn't quite very instinctively perceived, in my opinion. And I think she was just like playing with those layers, and she wasn't really, in my opinion, I think she wasn't that interested in making the messages go through. She was more interested in like, if you understand it, you understand it. If you don't, that's okay. You still have this embodied experience by looking at these pictures. And she also mentioned that for the karaoke series, if she put the titles as 노래방 instead of karaoke, a lot of the audience would actually think that she was making, the people there was making a speech rather than singing. So there is this disconnect that she just wants to like open up for interpretation, I think. But for those who understand it and even like the culture or the language, I think she was trying to make a message to them and addressing to them. So I think she was just like playing a lot with the language, but as her photographs visually do, just target the specific people that can understand it and grasp the meanings of it. And in terms of venue, this was compiled, like the pictures was mostly taken during 1996 and 1999. This was published in 2023, so a lot of years has passed. It serves as a tangible archive of Chuang because she didn't exhibit those works that much in South Korea. But also, I briefly mentioned this in the presentation as well, but she felt that it could have a lot of connections with what young Korean women are experiencing these days. So in that sense, the photo book was like her way of communicating them with her own experience in living in the States. And it was published, I think the target audience was, I think the Korean, for this photo book at least, because it was mostly published in Korea as far as I know. But I think that was kind of the main message she was trying to play with.
Thank you, Jihye, for the question. I think your question about the language is something I'm also very struck by, that while I was reading through the family history and looking through the photographs, something questioned me is that should I put the label of Chinese American for the family? In many sense, as I was reading through the family history, Paul's uncle on his father's side has this very strong emphasis that you should go back to China, you should go back to that village, you should go find our like home back there. It's a very special place. It means a lot to us. But however, although he was born in China, but lived almost all the time in the United States, I was very struck by how he would categorize himself. Will he identify himself as Chinese American, Asian American, or he was just simply as a Chinese in America? So that kind of identity of how we should be labeling always questioned me. And I think that's it's a very unique experience for this very second generation immigrants in that very location. But for Hall himself, he's the third generation who was born in the United States and then received entirely United States education system and was a lot more involved in some sense. And so I say for him that his identity has been transformed very differently from the generation above. And he responds to his uncle about that idea of going back to China to find that village was that he think it doesn't really matter because they're American. He said he is American and he think he is American, so therefore he don't really see a point of going back to China at all. I think he was mentioning that his memories and identities grew up with this very region of San Francisco in Oakland, and it doesn't really have to do with things back in China anymore. So therefore, I think for him specifically, he had a larger idea of being a American, Asian American, rather than this precise identity associating to China. So that's something I think I can reconcile with the identity and the labeling of the identity. And in terms of the venue, this is an exhibition and now it's also alive online as an online archive. But that's something that's also very striking me a lot of time as vernacular photographs, where before becoming this public opening facing documents, they were just like family albums. They were kept in the corner in the dark most of the time in the cabinets. Other than like, grandmother become excited and want to see the old photos, it's probably not going to be brought out. So therefore, the visibility that's existed within this private household into the public realm is very different. And the audiences it's targeting, I think, it's also just, I don't really see any specific audiences. Because everyone sees the vernacular photograph or the family history or the family photo very differently. And when they're putting on the wall in the gallery, in the museum, in the exhibition, it's hidden behind this glass surface that poses a very strong distance between the one's tactile experience with the photograph and the presentation of itself. So I'm still trying to reconcile whether if becoming a vernacular photograph is giving them the power of transmitting that identity or speaking to a larger public, or it kind of struck away its immediacy as a very intimate object. But I think for this instances, for this exhibition, these photographs were still with Hall, with his family. He bring them out for the exhibition and take them back. So it's a very different, unique dynamic in this situation that it both allows for open public gaze, but also remains private in some sense.
I'm very grateful for these excellent talks. I wanted to ask, I think generally for everyone about migration and therefore class. I think in Zhu Huang's case, you know, she is getting her MFA at Yale, and I think just a few years later, Nikki Lee will get her MFA at the IFA. And there's an interesting way that Nikki Lee's work became immediately legible to American art audiences, and Zhu Huang, you know, basically did not get any purchase or not as much. And having personal experience with the Yale MFA, it's the same actually. There's continues to be this kind of Orientalism or racism, and especially about face and in photography. And the actual space of critique is where you put the photographs on a wall and you sit in front of the wall, and then the panel faces you and asks you questions. So it's a very confrontational mode that I think Zhu Huang is very willfully working against. But the Yale program has had Asian students since the 70s, since Walker Evans, but of varying kinds. And I think this is related to other people's panels too, in that in the 70s, these are Chinese Americans whose families have been here for multiple generations. But as globalization comes in the 90s, increasingly you have international students from other parts of East Asia. And now, you know, Yale MFA cohort is often like there's 5 to 6 international students. And so I'm really curious to hear everyone's reflections on how your parents or how your grandparents got you here relates to how you got a camera and what you think of photography is for. And I think about that very specifically in terms of like class, in terms of ideas for assimilation. I think Changhu's case is like going back to China to get a wife. That's something you do if you are very wealthy, if you're a wealthy merchant. You know, not everyone has the money to do that during the Exclusion Act period. So I'm just inviting reflections from everybody about their artists who they talk about, how this relates to their work.
Yeah, I'll probably start if you don't mind. Yeah. So I don't know a lot about her background, Chuang's background per se, but what I know is that she graduated university from Korea in the 1980s, and that time there were a lot of like Minjung movements, like the For the People's movements, and her understanding of photography was strictly documentary. So that was one of the reasons why she moved when she was moving to the United States. That was something she wanted to do. But when she actually arrived in New York, she was kind of shocked by all these female photographers who were doing really well, like Nan Goldin or Lorna Simpson. And she was quickly realizing that art photography too can be a very powerful political tool. I didn't know about how Yale does their critiques, so I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think like her sitting in front of these very big faces would be a very confrontational thing. What I can say is that it wasn't like, judging from what I've encountered with her, it wasn't like she was having this very lavish lifestyle or anything. She was in East Village. She was teaching at Parsons. She had a roommate for a very long time. I think it was like her way of trying to like navigate it through. And yeah, that's actually all I have to say. But yeah, thanks. I don't know if that answered your question, but.
That's a good question. In Charles Wang's case, I think it was really interesting. He was born here in San Francisco in 1922. And I think, I don't know much about his family's migration history, but I think being here in America, I think it was really important to note that he was a scholarship kid. He got to Cal Arts because of a scholarship from his high school in San Francisco. But I think the way that he really specifically got interested in the camera was through the military. Because they was drafted in World War II, I think he was part of the Army Air Corps, and it was there that I think he was really exposed to the camera. And this is a story that's also similar to Benjamin Chin. He was also related in the military, and he was, I think, in the photo development department or something like that with the US Army. And so there's this sort of, through that sort of military intervention, they got exposed more about the camera, and then sort of when they returned, they used the GI Bill to actually go back and learn more about the camera. But the notion of being involved with art photography, I think, is interesting. And I think I'm still trying to figure that out in terms of Charles Wang's career, because he had that stint in the Bethlehem Steel before going back to school. So I don't know how that sort of was introduced to his career. But I do know that after, it was interesting because he's showing with all these people, but he doesn't continue. And I do think it's a class thing. He had to go back to work. He had a family to support. He was not able to sort of continue on with that art photography because like life conditions. And so I think that's actually a really interesting thing to think about for photographers of that generation, how much they could continue to do this kind of work.
Thank you for the question. I do think it's something that's very present through the family photographs of their class, because if you're not wealthy or well-being enough, you aren't really able to do that at all. Especially, I think, for Hall himself, for that generation, especially, you know, as Chinese American, to be able to be a photographer as a career is a privilege in some sense, that if you are really struggling financially, that really isn't a choice for you at all. So that is something I do want to acknowledge that is present in all these photographs. But I also want to mention that this idea of the portraiture, especially family portrait, is something that not only existed within these kind of families, but also just everyone in general. There are a lot of the Chinese American or Asian American family who comes into the United States, they also take a documentation of themselves, of the family. Sometimes they took the photo in Hong Kong, sometimes they took it somewhere else. And these photos always is, you know, it's a proof of their identity, it's a proof of their history. So so that, I think, contribute another aspect of how we are looking at these photographs. But generally, overall, I think for this collection of photographs, especially very centered in San Francisco, that moment, that location, has some sense of a more community identity, because a lot of the photographs are just snapshots on the street. They recorded events in Chinatown. They recorded just strangers walking in Chinatown, because they do have the camera. They have the ability to do that. But what they have documented, you know, the environment of Chinatown or how people's emotional state in the Chinatown is something that is more like a outside general stress or outside general force that's putting on force into all the people in Chinatown.
Thank you for the great question. Actually, this photographer went to Yale for his MFA, and one of his interviews mentioned that he went to this Memphis School of Art, and he was like, "Oh, no one talked to me until I got an admission to Yale." So it's kind of very interesting. Like, gave some sort of, I don't know, like educational asset to him in his presence in the American South. So I think there are like some things that related to his like educational background. And I am not sure this is like a direct answer to your question, but I think photography is the photography is like a tour, like political tour, not only to explore himself, but sort of unfold or discover his own family history and make connection to his own family. So like these photographs that I showed is what he recently, like 5-10 years ago, that he got from his mother. And he had no idea that his mother took photographs in the 1980s. So he's running from this photographs about their family history. And it's kind of like a process that he connects with his family, and especially after he has some like issues with their family or with his like gender identity. So he has sort of like estranged relationship with their family. But whenever he goes back to Memphis, he like stages this like photographs, and they just take photographs together. So it is a kind of dialogue, family dialogue, without talking to each other that much. So it's kind of a very interesting process for him to construct his and position himself in not only in the American South, but connect with the family as a second generation immigrant who has very like complex relationship with his family. So I think and then so I think he uses this like a very performative and political tool to speak about his position and positionality in like society and like culture.
Just a comment. I really like the way that you put this idea of a dialogue without having to talk to each other, because I think in each of our presentations, we have artists that are thinking about the camera and photography as ways to talk to each other without having to actually speak. And I think that's an interesting way to get back to your ideas about your question about language and like how that kind of relates to the greater Asian diaspora.
Well, thank you all for your really wonderful presentations. My question is for Chiang about growing up Asian. And I really have two questions. The first one is one out of curiosity. I was curious about if you have considered this transition from being a subject of representation to being the photographer that I think you can see through the album that you were showing us. Because in the studio portraiture, I don't think that the family took that photograph themselves, but maybe they worked with a studio photographer. And then in the self-portraits of the muscular young men, I think that I imagine that those were pictures that they themselves set up. So I think that maybe there is also a history there of how cameras that enabled vernacular photography at home may reveal, a different type of agency in that process of creating images. And then my second question was a little bit, it is more, I suppose it is more self-serving. And I was curious about what you were mentioning regarding how families would commission studio portraits of themselves. And I was just curious about who were these photographers? Would they usually work with like your American photographers, or were there like studios who maybe specialize in working with Asian American communities or immigrant communities? But yes, I would love to hear any thoughts on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. I can answer the second one first. Most of these photographs are actually taken back in China. The vernacular, the family album from the Chen and the Hall family, the Chen family is taken back in China, and then the Hall family, I did not show that photograph, but there is a portrait in the center of the panel that is also another portrait that was taken back in China. I actually does not know if they have taken any photograph portrait in the studio setting in the United States. I see most of the studio portraits are taken back in China. And your other questions about the agency between the photographer, whether in a photo studio or in a street, I think I had more idea towards the family snapshots within them own. So the later photographs taken by Hall himself about his elder generations during like family trips, these serves very differently from their earlier family portraits because it's a stranger taking the photograph for them in a full studio. So that kind of relationship between me and who is taking that photograph is very different. So I don't really know if that contribute to the kind of seriousness in the portraits and the kind of more relaxed setting. But I also want to highlight that the later portraits taken by, you know, the younger generation of their older generation, is their children taking their photo. So how the identities are performed of the older generations is very different in terms of, you know, they're my kids, I'm proud, and it's also I have more control over the setting, the environment. And also on the other hand, I think it also has to do with a little bit with the family in large of how they have been settled in that environment for like a period rather than being kind of newly fresh in that place. So I think that has contributed to it. And who have taken the photograph of the man on the street? I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure, you know, because they are family photographs, they're photographs in the family album. So it must be some family member in the Hall family. But I don't think Hall actually knows who were the person behind the camera either.
Hi, thank you for your presentations. They're great. My question, I guess, is to all. You know, through your research and talking to the artists themselves, has any of them thought about the legacy of their work in terms of like preserving their work in in permanent collections or in archives? Because as you know, like a lot of institutions, you know, they're very we don't have like there isn't a lot of like Asian American material. And so I'm wondering if any of these artists, you know, who have passed away or still alive, thought about their own work and how it represents like the legacy, but also, and then for future generations of research and scholarship.
I can start. I talked with Timothy Hall through email, and I asked because I am interested if whether he will, you know, leave the images to like a bigger archive when, if his children does not want to become a photographer when they grow up, and he was like he never thought about it. He was not really sure if anyone's interested in your family album. He was like, this is something private, and I'm not sure people are interested in keeping my family album. And so I don't really know his attitude and the future of that, but because of the exhibition, there is a digital archive online which has all the scans. So it's very helpful in that way for that kind of preservance.
As a librarian, I have a small comment about that. Digital is not permanent. It is very, very risky. And I would encourage you to encourage the Hall family to place their physical archives in an actual institution. But that's just my opinion. But digital, no, it's very risky, I think.
Right, yeah. He still has like most of the photograph negative with him, and because he now owns a photo studio, so they're all with him in that place. But he just simply haven't thought about that because he think it's probably not valued that much for his own standard.
This might also be kind of gesturing back to your question, but after their first 3 series, Chuang kind of halted doing photography together. She worked like in 1 or 2 other projects, but for about like a decade, she mostly stopped doing photography. And when she re-immigrated back to South Korea, that's kind of when she resumed doing her photographic career. She's still a very much practicing artist, and she's now slowly gaining more and more traction in South Korea, and a lot of museums are starting to collect her works. I'm sure that her early works are very well preserved in her own studio because the photo quality here is like really, really good. So yeah, I'm excited to see what's happening, what will happen for her in the future as well.
May I, sorry, go ahead.
For Charles Wang, so Charles unfortunately passed away last year, and at the age of 102, I think. But the good thing is that his archive and Irene Poon's archive have been collected by the Stanford libraries, and it's part of the Cantor's Asian American Art Initiative. So that's not cataloged yet, but they just entered. So that's really a wonderful resource. But I think in terms of your question also, like, to get people to collect more of this, you have to use it. And so I do think it's, you know, everybody who's researching here should go actually use some of those archives and collections. Here at CCP, you have the collections of Patrick Nagatani, Tung Quang-Chi, Benjamin Chin, John Yang. Use them. It's like, you know, it makes it more likely for more collections to come in.
May I ask a question? I am 75 years old, and I've been doing work since 1968. I'm really concerned about who is going to take care of my collection of negatives and digital images and prints. And I've asked my university at the University of Kansas. They say they don't have the resource. They literally don't have the resource, money or manpower. So what am I supposed to do? I may have 10 more years, and it's a huge body of work. So if you have any enlightened answer for me, please let me know. Appreciate it very much.
I mean, I don't have an answer. I think it is a problem. Like many photographers are facing this exact problem. And it is definitely something that it's an enormous amount of work, but at the same time, what happens? And so that's why I did say, like, you know, use the archives, because if you do use the archives, it's easier to make the argument that there needs to be more. But it is a long-term sort of issue for sure.
Place to do it. So, okay. So I think that's what he is talking about in terms of disseminating the images, but at the same time, the actual material, how you preserve it is another question, I think, if it's negative or print or I think it's a worldwide, I think it's a problem. And digital is not perfect. So
I just maybe want to return to one of the comments or questions that Jihei had asked about kind of the potential limitations of meaning Chinese when you use the term Asian, because within kind of Asian American studies, long noted that there's a longer history of Japanese and Chinese diasporic communities that are relatively well documented, and further kind of emphasizing their contributions to that history risks kind of erasing or marginalizing other diasporic communities. So that's just a bracket. So I just maybe want to kind of think through kind of that terminology and what that terminology does, because like Asian American photography as such, like we were talking about it last night, the history of Asian American photography has yet to be written. And it does matter actually how you term this, because the language that one uses is actually bringing kind of the field into being. So I thought maybe I'd like to hear some more reflections about what that move actually signifies. And related to that, I'm very, I've long been thinking about family photographs and kind of this as a social practice and its significance as a resource for tracing histories that are fragmented, particularly people who have been shaped by war, in the aftermath of war. So I'm deeply sympathetic to this notion of preserving vernacular artifacts, and of course of the methodology of the personal in crafting these difficult narratives. Is there a limitation, however, in focusing on the personal to narrate or to visually document a community? And there's a reference to community in that work, but it's, I think about other shows and other artists who use family photographs in order to speak about fragmentation and loss, and they're evoking it through kind of multiple families and so on. And so it seems to me, I need to know more about this show, but it seems to be it's 1 or 2 families that are documented. So to what extent does the singular or even the plural of 2 stand in for community? So there's this question. And then the question about place. Young, I'm fascinated because I was like, why is there photographs of London, Ontario? And you call it Ontario. London, Ontario means something very specific to me because I had to commute there for 15 years in my first job. That was a very, very long commute. And needless to say, why did I live there? Why didn't I live there? Because I didn't find it a very hospitable place. So, but there's a specificity to that, to kind of that artist's work. It's Memphis, Tennessee. It's London, Ontario. And then there's the South, and you get the sense of the South as being South Vietnam. So what is the relationship between kind of that specificity of place and that kind of mythical non-place that really informs the ways in which he's inserting himself into this new world? And what does that mean to kind of register Ontario? Because it's not just Ontario, it's London, Ontario. Very colonial kind of town. So if you can speak to kind of like that disjuncture or these multiple displacements and how that becomes visible, registered within his works.
Okay, lots of questions. I will try to answer a couple and then pass it on. I think with the question of Asian American and Chinese American, I do think that I've been very aware of this. And for me, I think like the idea of Asian American is something that is always to be pushed against, and to actually think of it not necessarily in definitions, but actually as a relational, trying to understand it. We were talking about yesterday how much of it is a political construction. If it is a political construction, thinking about that in terms of these relationships, I think is actually much more useful. And for me, the idea of language is something that has kind of come in place of that, like language writ large in terms of, I guess, our experiences with language, because that is something that I think it ties people together, but at the same time, there's a shared experience of being unintelligible in some ways. And so that's one of the ways in which I'm trying to sort of push back against this idea of trying to define what Asian American is. And so the greater question of like conflating Chinese American and Asian American is definitely something I'm aware of and trying to sort of actively sort of get beyond in the exhibition itself. And we have so much more to talk about with that, but it is something that I'm thinking about aloud. And it kind of gets into your second question about how to connect the personal with these greater sort of communities. I think that's why the language kind of works as like a sort of metaphor, that we're all having these experiences with language and trying to move beyond it. And I want to be specific here that it's not photography as language, but is like the photography moving beyond it. So that is a way in which we're kind of getting from these personal experiences to these shared ideas of community. So just, I think, still trying to wrap my head around that too. So I welcome more talk about that.
Yeah, so in terms of this concept of the South, I think his this space, I think it's like a space and non-space at the same time. So there is this sense of like floating in some way, and this the southern landscape pictured in his photographs are like more like conceptual, and he imagines it's like place of like contested space of Asian Americans, but it is also a space of like fantasy and nostalgia for American culture. So he visualizes like conflicts and this juncture or this incongruency in his work. So I think it's like this mixture of like family photographs and southern landscape and this very unique like southern culture, such as this like photographs of Graceland. So it
makes these bodies of work as very specifically sudden, but at the same time it is like nowhere and like symbolic space, which is very like a has contested meaning for Asian Americans, especially for this second generation artist who wants to position himself in this landscape, and he expresses this like dissonance between his experience and like how he is like positioned and located in this mainstream culture. So yeah, so this the concept of South has more broader meaning than this specific like geography in this American like yeah yeah like map. So yeah, that is yeah. So yeah, and then in terms of this use a family photograph as like a social practice, I think there is definitely there like some like political and social narratives that is embedded in Ka's work. So he usually uses this like a domestic space as backdrop with like family shrines in like kitchens and like small like this shrines in like Asian American stores. So it has like shows this presence of like Asian presence in various places and how this like this personal and the like social intersect with each other. So and like family, what I think interesting about his family photograph is the absence of like male figures generally. So I think there is this like subversion of like the traditional family photography, and his mother takes this control of this like picture space. So he sort of um, reconsiders this patriarchal narrative of like family history, especially in this like diasporic Asian family history. So there are like some political meanings embedded in Ka's photographs that goes beyond this like documentation of like personal family history.
Thank you so much for the comment. I think what you brought out about Chinese and Japanese almost eliminate other parts of Asia in the Asian American studies. I think it's very crucial. And also I think it's very important to keep in mind of when I'm using the terms, how am I using it? And am I dictating certain labels for the people and therefore eliminating some people as well? And I think another aspect I'm thinking of not related to the science because I did not come from the background in Asian American studies, but the some of my interest in the Latinx studies about the term of Latinx and the use of X to be a very large incorporated terms to includes a broader range of groups and people. I think it's a very useful term, useful tool in some sense. But just like I said, I did not come from that background, so therefore I am also very eager to learn and to know if there how should I use the language and how should I put the labels when I'm encountering these kind of people and their histories, and also the photographs that are used to tell that kind of histories. So to what sense can I use the term, and to what sense are the terms being useful in that sense as well? And I also think it's something I'm not so sure, but I'm wondering if there are some connotation, deconnotation within the term Asian American itself, the term Asian specifically, and also other country labels as Chinese American, Japanese American, what the idea of the nation state also be problematic in some sense as well. So I'm very interested to learn too.
Well, we started early, but already over. So, but it's really fascinating. But do remember this is 2-day long symposium, so we have ample time for more questions, but just a quick one question I think you could add to Stephanie from the audience on Zoom. So about Charles Wang's career, so later career after the 1950s, whether he continued.
So I mentioned it briefly, and so he continued for a little bit. He was published in Aperture a couple more times. He showed at the San Francisco Museum of Art in some group shows. He also showed at Barbara Zernich's gallery, the Photographer's Gallery in San Francisco. But he then stopped, I don't know the specific date, and returned to becoming an engineer for Bethlehem Steel. And I think this also gets back to Yecheng's question about class. I was realizing that like one of the things that for Charles Wang in particular was the advent and use of the miniature camera that was actually really important to him and his practice. He wasn't using a view camera. And I think there is some way in which a class is also, you know, what you could actually afford and what you could do with that. And so I think that is definitely part of his sort of practice and how long he continued afterward as well.
Thank you. So please join me again in giving another round of applause to the speakers. Okay. Now we'll move to the next special session on Chinese chorizo project. So I'm delighted to move to the next special session on Chinese chorizo project, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Feng Ye. So Feng Ye is a chef and emerging multidisciplinary artist who explores the connection and diaspora of identity, community, time, and place through a holistic sensorial method of storytelling. Ye is the brainchild of Chinese Chorizo Project, well, CCP. This is another CCP. So we invite another CCP to the CCP. A multi-modal project, modal project exploring the collective revival of a symbolic delicacy of solidarity from her hometown of Tucson, Arizona. The project is an Andy Warhol Foundation for the Arts awarded project that launched the annual Chinese Chorizo Festival. Chinese Chorizo Project donates thousands of pounds of Chinese chorizo to more than 75 restaurants across Arizona who create dishes featuring the ingredient to uplift the story of mutualism between the Chinese, Mexican, Black, and indigenous communities forged at around Arizona Chinese grocery stores. Please join me in welcoming Feng Ye.
Hello, everybody. What a pleasure it is to join you guys today and to be a part of this incredible symposium. I'm not a photographer, but I think that our missions in exploring the Asian diaspora in America kind of land all the same. We're looking at the different kinds of dialogues together in different ways of using language, image, and more. So just to introduce myself, just next slide. Oh, I can click, sorry. Oops. So my name is Feng Ye, and it's fun like you're having fun twice. And I'm a chef and artist and the founder of Chinese Chorizo Project, a multimodal public art project that fuses culinary and visual arts with historic preservation to activate and engage community in innovative and multisensorial ways. The Chinese Chorizo Project is a caretaking practice that focuses on building community solidarity. Over the last 3 years, I have been reviving a lost historic food called Chinese chorizo as a symbol for solidarity and resilience. This revival is an exploration of coalition building. The highly anticipated annual Chinese Chorizo Festival and the year-round programming facilitates collaborative initiatives that provide enrichment and community engagement in education, small business support, arts, culture, and historic preservation. So what is Chinese chorizo? For some of you, it may sound like an oxymoron. Some of you may be thinking of lapchong, which is a well-known sweet Chinese sausage that you may be familiar with in fried rice. It is not that. And there may be a few of you who don't even know what chorizo even is. For those of you who don't know, chorizo is a Mexican staple food. It's a sausage prepared mostly in bulk and is affordable and delicious for the everyday working class meal. Chinese chorizo is distinctively different from its well-known Mexican counterpart. The difference in the recipe is in how the sausage is made. We will explore the definition of this idiom from Merriam-Webster, the practical and often unpleasant or messy aspects of a process that are usually not made public, and ask why the process must be unpleasant, messy, and why it is not made public. The truth is that there was not one recipe for Chinese chorizo. It was an ever-changing recipe that often was made by what was available on hand, but what made Chinese chorizo different from its Mexican counterpart was that it was a chorizo made by Chinese grocers whose stores existed for a span of 100 years, catering to the predominant Mexican community in my hometown here in Tucson, Arizona. The history of some 100 or more Chinese grocery stores that once existed from the late 1800s to 1970s was something that was not widely taught in Arizona, but these centers for communities played a significant role in the livelihood of Tucson residents. I had grown up in Tucson and learned that many Tucsonans like me have never heard about Chinese chorizo and had a very distant idea of the Chinese markets that existed in Tucson. I didn't find out about Chinese chorizo until I was having a midlife crisis during the pandemic, when I quit my 15-year career in fashion in New York City and went home to visit my parents. While scrolling late at night, I came across a grant from MoCA Tucson and the Andy Warhol Foundation for the Arts that called for a proposal for community public art. Without a solid community in Tucson, I reflected on my youth and wondered what a young Fun Fun would have wanted today. I realized that I felt really alienated growing up in Tucson. We didn't have representation for Asians like we do today. There was no Asian symposium anywhere, and I was one of the few Asians in school, and we didn't have anything like Everything Everywhere All at Once or K-pop. I remembered a friend in high school once said, Fun, we don't even consider you as Asian. To us, you're white. It was such a compliment for me at that time. I obviously didn't understand how detrimental that statement ultimately was. I just understood my wanting to fit in, to belong. So when I found the story of the Chinese chorizo, a story that spoke on the significant contributions and resilience of people who looked like me, who understood my shame in America, it really clicked for me. I was angry to learn about the significant pieces of history from the Chinese diaspora that had shaped my experience at such a late stage in my life, like 4 years ago. The Page Act was the first racial and misogynistic legislation that banned Chinese women from entering the US. I learned about the Chinese Exclusion Act that made being Chinese in America illegal unless you were a male merchant, and how it was the watershed of the US immigration policy. I learned that the Chinese that had come before me had tried to make homes here after working low-wage jobs that they were accused of stealing, building the railroad, mining, farming, and washing clothes but they weren't allowed to marry interracially. Their Chinatowns were being burnt down. They were being lynched from Los Angeles to Torreon. I began to understand the context of the alienation I experienced and also saw how this playbook was used in other communities I did learn about in school. A special thing I learned that was Tucson was sort of a safe haven at the time. Larger concentrations of Asians in California led to higher xenophobic sentiment. So Tucson was a convenient place that was along the Pacific Railway that had less Asians, which meant less discrimination. Still, building life was hard for the Chinese who could stay. So they built community with Mexicans and other Black, Indigenous, POC laborers who they lived alongside in the barrios of Tucson. These relationships were cemented at Chinese grocery stores that provided daily food for their neighborhood, speaking Spanish and indigenous languages. The community care was practiced there daily. Customers formed intimate relationships with the Chinese families that often lived at the store, but especially during times of hardship when these grocery stores offered necessities on credit. In these stores, an ever-changing mix of meat, end cuts, scraps, and whatever meat that was on hand was revived with red wine, Mexican spices, and chilies into something highly sought out after. They called it Chinese chorizo. Mixed into this food is the story of these seemingly desperate cultures coming together to survive. It is a recipe for solidarity. Chinese chorizo is also a metaphor for this rascuache immigrant experience, taking the little of what you have available and turning it into a feat of resilience. Because only a handful of these stores exist today, and the history of Chinese immigrants in Tucson is still largely overlooked, I adopted an old recipe and made a modernized Chinese chorizo with a collaboration of today's Tucson community to bring light to the story and to evoke the spirit of solidarity. To this date, we have made approximately 2,100 pounds of Chinese chorizo over the past 3 years for the annual Chinese Chorizo Festival and donated it to over 75 restaurants, food vendors, and organizations in Tucson and Phoenix, each who share our history of community solidarity by creating a new dish featuring the Chinese chorizo. October 2023 and 24 were proclaimed Chinese Chorizo Month to recognize the history and contributions of this community solidarity between Mexican and Chinese immigrants. To support the culinary story, Chinese Chorizo Festival programming has become a year-round practice filled with collaborative, cultural, and art programs that have an innovative approach to storytelling and repair. The original proposal for Chinese Chorizo Project had plans for Chinese Chorizo Festival as a prelude to a large-scale public mosaic sculpture of 2 15-foot Chinese chorizo sausages linked together. A tile workshop will launch this summer, starting May 1st through May 22nd at MoCA Tucson, in collaboration with Mexican and Yaqui community mosaic artist Carlos Valenzuela to begin production. But the sculpture is still seeking funding to finance the bulk of the project. Here in Tucson, Vivamos Siempre Como Hermanos, a Chinese grocery store installed, is showcased at Tucson Museum of Art, just across the way over here at Tucson Museum of Art's Casa Cordova, one of the oldest buildings in Tucson. This installation challenges the idea of consumption and the traditional Southwest border narrative. Grocery store items I developed with journalist Rhea Lee and Tucson Museum of Art encapsulate stories of families, communities, and places where Chinese grocery stores existed in Tucson barrios and the historic block that the museum occupies. Currently, my work has expanded beyond Tucson. Stories from Phoenix's Red Line District and historic Black neighborhood of Eastlake Park, which were also supported by Chinese grocery stores, will be showcased onto a large-scale shade structure. Here, my research uses community storytelling as a solution for extreme urban heat. Entitled Chinese Chorizo, the structure launches May 2025, and you guys are all invited to come on May 31st through the City of Phoenix's and Bloomberg Philanthropies Public Art Challenge, Sombra Experiments in Shade. Cooking demos have become a kind of art form where I have been posing the question, what is your recipe for solidarity? What I have learned is that the recipe can expand beyond the culinary world and be expanded into a practice. A recipe I have used to explore this practice with the community is a kind of Chinese tamale, or in Mandarin, the sticky rice dumpling is called zongzi. Now, I would like to share an essay I've written about zongzi and the practice of solidarity. What does losing a family recipe mean to a culture? Can the act of cooking and eating our ancestors' foods reconnect the strained relationships to ourselves, our elders, and to one another? The abundance of the Chinese Chorizo Festival, a beautiful gathering of people and food, is all the result of a collective revival of the Chinese chorizo, a forgotten historic food originating in the late 1800s to the 1970s from some 100 plus Chinese grocery stores that once existed in my hometown of Tucson. This restorative act has personally connected all the disparate parts of myself to a shared humanity that is difficult to access but must be seen in its violent, resilient, spectacular, beautiful, and tragic wondrousness to experience the fullness in life we all crave. This is the significance of asking how the sausage gets made. What does losing a family recipe mean to a culture? Zongzi are Chinese tamales, but instead of masa, the sweet or savory filling is held together with sticky glutinous rice and wrapped in bamboo or lotus leaves instead of corn husks or banana leaves. Zongzi date back to China around 771 through 476 BC, while tamales originating from Mesoamerica date back as early as 8,000 to 5,000 BC. Like tamales, zongzi originated as a ceremonial offering to gods and ancestors, and were later eaten as food to go for field workers who couldn't return home to make food during a day's work. As maize was foundational to the cultural identity of the Aztecs, Mayans, Toltecs, and Olmecs, the zongzi's rice filling is corporal to Chinese cultural identity. Both are culinary heirlooms. If one is most fortunate, the knowledge of making these labor-intensive sticky rice dumplings is passed down from elders. Can the act of cooking and eating our ancestors' foods reconnect the strained relationships to ourselves, our elders, and to one another? The legend behind zongzi is celebrated during Dragon Boat Festival, which commemorates the death of a well-loved but exiled Chinese poet and politician Chu Yan, who drowned himself after being unable to save his country from being taken over by enemy forces. Villagers raced on boats to recover his body, and when they could not, they threw zongzi in the river so that the fish would not eat his body. Keeping one's body intact, even in death, is one's duty in the act of love, obedience, and respect for one's parents, elders, and ancestors under the Confucian virtue known as filial piety, or xiao in Mandarin. It's an attitude that is seemingly full of integrity and moral uprightness, but has been a point of contention and identity struggle for children of immigrants like myself, who exist between the erasure of the traditional culture their parents were raised by and the forced assimilation necessary to survive American Western imperialism. I never strived for virtuousness. I was the black sheep of my family. but I did understand the value of the food that my mother makes, and I needed to preserve the pleasure, joy, and nourishment her dishes bring. What does losing a family recipe mean to a culture? I was surprised when my mother told me that she didn't know how to make zongzi and that only my grandmother on my dad's side knew how to make them. I didn't grow up around my grandparents and met both sets only a few times because they lived in Taiwan. But my grandmother on my dad's side lived in LA for the latter part of her life to join the four of her 5 children who were building lives in America. She never learned how to speak English, and for this reason, I can't remember a single conversation I had with her. These physical and linguistic barriers stunted the kind of closeness I craved from a grandparent. Far from the ideal cookie baking, Hallmark cuddling, Werther's original hand-holding kind of grandmother I was marketed to America, the closest kind of affection I got from her was maybe closer to that of a chanclas-throwing abuelita, because in our household, this chancla we called a toxie was a weapon. What my grandmother did do was prepare fresh cut exotic fruits and filled the kitchen with the aroma of steamed zongzi for our family on occasion. While it would be easy for me to close here and say that food was her love language and this is how she extended her love towards me, I can tell you at the risk of sounding disrespectful that this wasn't enough. I was hungry for more. I wanted a maternal nourishment that she may not have had the capacity to provide. Can the act of cooking and eating our ancestors' foods reconnect the strained relationships to ourselves, our elders, and to one another? No amount of comforting, fragrant, steamed bamboo leaves and rice would be able to satisfy the empty space around me that was carved out from generations of diaspora, poverty, misogyny, and imperialism. But the process of teaching myself how to make zongzi from YouTube Tuasini's grandparents helped me find the temperament to understand that void. Making zongzi requires a lot of time and preparation. The bamboo leaves used to envelop these special packages are soaked, boiled, and washed. Rice and mung beans are washed 3 times and soaked along with dried shrimp, dried shiitake mushrooms. Pork belly is marinated overnight. A lot of softening is needed to achieve the right flexibility, texture, and flavor. What does losing a family recipe mean to a culture? One quickly finds the difficulty in finding a zongzi. The leaves split easily if not handled with enough delicateness, but the fold will not hold if not handled firmly enough. One must watch every step closely to see the fillings don't burst through rips and exposed seams. The challenge is following the leaves in the direction they naturally bend and not forcing them to take form that will cause a split. Folding requires patience and practice, otherwise struggle will become your fate. Can the act of cooking and eating our ancestors' foods reconnect the strained relationships to ourselves, our elders, and to one another? I don't know who my grandmother was, nor did she know who I was. I wondered if this kind of thing ever crossed her mind, or if our parents and our grandparents are too busy trying to survive to have the luxury of spiritual dialogues about our relation to food, to notice metaphors between relationships and the art of folding zongzi. I knew life wasn't easy on her. The broad strokes I understood were of a woman who left to America with her adult children to build a life away from the grip of my abusive grandfather. My grandmother rightfully allowed herself this reprieve from misogyny, but pushed my mother into abandoning her dreams of becoming a hairdresser to dote on my father. I remember as a child thinking my grandmother was mean, and her critiques on me, my sisters, and my mother's weight and appearance on our visits made it difficult for me to sort my aversion to the "we don't say I love you" or hug stereotype of Asian culture from her personal coldness. What does losing a family recipe mean to a culture? My grandmother's funeral was a beautiful Buddhist ceremony in LA. She was 92 or 93. I didn't feel emotionally moved. My dad said something to the effect of, "Let's get this over with," in the parking lot. It wasn't until we started the food offering ceremony where plates of food were passed between each family member, holding each plate up into the air for our ancestors to receive, that I started to ugly cry. I was not sure whether or not this emotion was respectful or appropriate because my cousins who had been raised by my grandmother weren't matching this loud display of grief. Can the act of cooking and eating our ancestors' foods reconnect the strained relationships to ourselves, our elders, and to one another? Shame has always been the most welcomed family member. The stickiness of the cooked rice in the zongzi reminded me of a time when my school presentations were lumpy, bumpy, mounted cutouts on a board because my parents told me to use rice when we didn't have glue. I appreciated the inventiveness when it was suggested, but mortified when I saw the imperfect lumpiness I had to present in class. I would not receive the A+ that my parents were hoping for. But now I understand. Rice is the glue. We are held together by a rasquache spirit that is not bound by perfection. Each grain of rice, even the broken pieces, hold together foods for and from our ancestors, satiating bodies of physical and emotional familial estrangement. A perfect food to go to travel in hand with our diasporic identities and histories. So what is the lesson here? Don't be afraid of asking how the sausage gets made. What started as an unsavory midlife crisis turned into an Andy Warhol Foundation for the Arts awarded grant, Chinese Chorizo Project. I keep on joking that this practice is some sort of free therapy, but tugging at these threads have kept me unraveling my own injustice. To quote the late, great Grace Lee Boggs, my civil rights activist philosopher sister from another Chinese immigrant mister, had I not been born female and Chinese American, I would have not realized from early on that fundamental changes were necessary in our society. We are intrinsically linked to each other and our history. Restoring erased histories is care for the past and investment for the future. Historic preservation is educating our community to nurture a curiosity and reflection for history so it remains alive. How are we shaped by the past? What are our common threads? What is our collective grief? We respect the past by holding space for testimonies of survival. What is your recipe for solidarity? Thank you.
You, Fong Fong. So I'm really happy to have the two CCPs in my hometown. So now we'll conclude the first panel and then take a lunch break. And our afternoon panel will start at 2 p.m. So please join us again in the afternoon starting from 2 p.m. Thank you. And for the speakers, please stay here and they will guide you to the lunch place. Okay. I think we're gonna start our second panel of today. Thank you again for joining us, both in person and also virtually via Zoom. So I'm not gonna moderate the second panel. We have a moderator for this panel, Tifu, and let me introduce our moderator. Tifu is Distinguished Professor at the University of Toronto. She's the author of 2 books and co-editor of 3 volumes, including most recently Warring Visions, Photography in Vietnam, and Cold War Camera. She is also co-editor of the Journal of Trans-Asia Photography. So please join me in welcoming Tipu.
Thanks so much, Jihye. It's a pleasure to be here. And I have the honor of introducing the panelists, and I'll just introduce them and invite them to go individually. And then as with the morning session, they'll present and then we'll have a collective conversation and questions. So our first speaker is Elena Tajima-Krief, who is a professor at Wellesley College, where she teaches techno-Orientalism and Asian American film and photography. Her recent book is Seeing Japanese American and Ainu Women in Photographic Archives from the University of Illinois Press. She is also finishing Notes of a Fragmented Daughter, a visual memoir about growing up in the 1960s and 1970s in Oklahoma, Southern California, and Japan, as well as a multimedia project about her experience as an accidental historical reenactor at the Battle of Little Bighorn, designed to coincide with the 150th anniversary of this famous event in 2026. Please join me in welcoming Elena Krief.
Just click them. Which one? Okay, right. Right, great. Thank you. Thank you so much to Jihye. Thank you also to T and CCP for giving me the honor of coming to join you all for this wonderful gathering this weekend. I have some notes. I'm going to read some, talk some, and be mindful of the time. So in April 2021, when the global pandemic was in high gear and the whole world shut down, I was contacted by curators at the University of British Columbia for a digital humanities project that was called Behind the Camera, Gender, Power, and Politics in the History of Japanese Photography. Curators asked me if I would like to contribute a history of photography for World War II Japanese war brides in photography history. And I said, of course, it would be my honor, my privilege, knowing full well that one did not exist. Because it was a pandemic and I had a lot of time, I created one. So I'd like to share with you this archive that I basically crowdsourced using all my social media contacts, my personal family networks, to build what is essentially the first digital humanities photo archive of World War II Japanese war brides. These are the women who disappear from most Asian American women's history because they're not Issei. They marry American servicemen after World War II, make the journey across the Pacific, and then they're absorbed into the melting pot of America. Between 40,000 and 50,000 women are estimated to have married American servicemen, including my mother. So Japanese war brides, as a rule, are pretty invisible in American popular culture. Oh, this is one of the only photographs from Library of Congress archives. It's literally called The Last Couple to Wed, before a public law is going to shut the door on immigration in 1951. I tell people that there's a brief period where war brides are sort of visible in American history. In the January 19th, 1952 issue of the Saturday Evening Post, they do a feature story called "They're Bringing Home Japanese Wives." Also, if you can read the subtitle, they use this rather Orientalist announcement: 6,000 Americans in Japan have taken Japanese brides since 1945, and all the little Madam Butterflies are studying Hamburgers, Hollywood, and Home on the Range before coming to live in the USA. There you go. The photos feature Japanese war brides in the American Red Cross Bride School, where they're learning all the domestic arts of cooking, baby care, beauty, good grooming, and
how to make a formal dinner. My mother appears in this particular photograph of the apple pie baking class, even though her name is misspelled in the caption. She's Chiyohi, not Chiyoko Creef. She's the short one in the white sweater holding the measuring cup. I've always considered this photograph in a popular American magazine my origin story, and the reason why I teach Asian American women's studies and visual culture as a college professor. The article is fascinating just for its documentation. And again, it's a brief moment in American pop culture history where war brides are visible. Also want to point out in 1952 and 3, the two most popular African-American magazines, Ebony and Jet, also produce cover stories on Japanese war brides. Please note that the majority of Japanese war brides married white American servicemen. It's a small number that actually marry African-American servicemen. A smaller number marry Latino or Japanese American men. And I do love on the Jet cover, do Japanese women make better wives? It's a serious question. You have to read the article to find out. In 1952, King Vidor also makes this film, creatively titled Japanese War Bride. It's on YouTube, by the way. It's a black and white, low-budget film, fascinating. And I would also say that the color poster is probably the best part of the film. There was no east or west when their lips met. So great interracial romantic melodrama. 5 years later, director Joshua Logan makes this big budget Technicolor shot on location in Japan film based on James Michener's Sayonara, starring Marlon Brando, Red Buttons, Ricardo Montalban. This film scores Oscars, not for Marlon Brando, but Best Supporting Actor Oscars for Miyoshi Umeki, making her the first Asian woman in Hollywood to win an Oscar. It's a very watchable and certainly teachable film, but I mentioned it here because it is the last big flash in American culture where war brides are visible. After this, they disappear from view. I think the Saturday Evening Post runs a story in '54, where have all the war brides gone? And the writers observe that they seem to have disappeared into America. We don't know where they are. So it is a question of their historical invisibility that was one of my challenges and one of my obsessions to correct. I'm so sorry that the audio is not working for my one movie clip. Let me see if we'll see if it, no, it doesn't like it. Naoka Shibusawa's brilliant book, America's Geisha Allies, about post-war occupied Japan. If you read her footnotes, and I tell my students, always read footnotes of Cracker Jack historians, because you will learn all kinds of treasures. In one of her footnotes, Naoko mentions that in the National Archive, there are rare movies of the American Red Cross bride schools. You saw the photos of the class featuring my mother in the Saturday Evening Post. So at one point, I made digitized copies of all the extant film footage in the National Archive. It's all silent. There are only 2 clips that have audio. Unfortunately, this is one. It's my favorite. I'm cheating you out of the script here. Mrs. Margaret McGuire is doing she's a volunteer teacher of charm and makeup, and it's just brilliant. When she's asked by the interviewer, what will be the hardest challenge Japanese war brides will face when they go to America, she says with great seriousness, it will be learning how to walk in high heels. Because women in Japan do not know how to walk in high heels. The roads are very wobbly. I interviewed my mother with many of the photographs and these movie clips to have her weigh in from the vantage point of some like 70 plus years later. What my mother has to say is always hysterical. So I'm sorry that I won't be able to share that with you. I also want to point out in 1952, the US Army makes a film also creatively titled Japanese Bride in the USA, also on YouTube, by the way. This is virtually, it's not very well known, if at all. I've not yet seen any scholarly articles on it, but I want to point out for you guys, it is fascinating because there are 3 scenes involving cameras and photography. Miwako, our Japanese bride's husband, Walter Wright, is obsessed with taking photos of his bride, and he also holds his family captive to a slideshow. And at the very end of the film ends with their family posing for a family portrait. So I love that the camera is always part of this narrative. So anyway, let me jump to 2021. So I included 15 different Japanese war bride families for my crowdsourced archive. And I want to just do a shout out to Roletta Fowler's mother. This is her war bride album, the one that she brought with her across the Pacific. Beautiful. It's a beautiful lacquered album. And I noted that in this map of Japan, if you look closely, the cities that are noted correspond to where all the military bases are, where war brides met their husbands. So I find in many ways this photo album is just a beautiful icon of the story of Japanese war brides and even their visibility and a history of photography and family photography. So I'll share with you just some of these images. My digital humanities project is online, University of British Columbia, behind the camera. So you can, it's easy to look up. I think it's all, the slideshow is also on Google. Most of the photographs that were sent in, when I was curating the collection, I focus on photos that show early stages of romance, maybe marriage photos, and early years of that romance. And I thought that the next person who comes along to sort of build the archive, perhaps they can continue the narrative of what happened when war brides came to America, had families, raised children. But I thought for this first round, I wanted to focus on those early moments of romance and marriage. So I'll share a couple of these with you. Most of these photographs were taken with Kodak Brownie cameras or Japanese SLR cameras, and they start in the early 50s. I mentioned that it's only a smaller number of Japanese women who marry African-American men. And the story of those Afro-Asian marriages gets marginalized in the histories of Japanese war brides. When I crowdsourced this project, I'm really happy to say that the majority of those who contributed were from Japanese African-American families. So my album really highlights so many of those marriages. So these photos depict one of the least known, most invisible of the story of Japanese war brides. And I have captions here too, so you can see. I have the names of the couples and the names of family members who've agreed to share them. These are some of my favorite. I think TC is probably the coolest soldier I've ever seen, and he embodies cool pose like nobody else. And again, these are wedding pictures. Yayoi Winfrey, who's a daughter of a war bride in Hawaii. She's also a filmmaker. She has a beautiful Japanese war bride documentary project. She calls them her docu-memories, not documentary, but docu-memories. But Yayoi's work is gorgeous. And I would point you to her website and for her series of short films on war bride history. Valina Hasu Houston is a daughter of a war bride. Valina is a professor in theater at USC in California. She's the author of the award-winning play Tea, and also the novel based on the play Tea. This is a rare photo that Valina shared with me. It's her mother. Her mother's in the far right in the white dress. It's at a gathering in Junction City, and it's the class where it's their citizenship class. They're undergoing the process of becoming citizens. I love it because it's such a rare and historical photo. It's the only one I've seen that even documents the process of becoming American citizens. And in this photo too, there are German war brides. I think there's some other European war brides, and then of course a handful of Japanese war brides. Valina once told me that the reason that there's so many war brides, like her family in Kansas, my family for a while in Fort Sill, Lawton, Oklahoma, she says that the U.S. Army had a policy of moving Japanese war bride families to the interior, to the Midwest, out of sight, out of mind. And if you grew up in a military family, I'm an Army brat myself, we always moved from base to base, overseas within the U.S. Whenever we would move, we would be relocated with the same military families. I lived next door to the same Japanese war bride families in Fort Sill, Lawton, Oklahoma, in Fort Devens, West Germany, Fort Devens, Massachusetts. And so when I was growing up, my world always looked the same. Everyone had a Japanese mother and military father. It never occurred to me that that was unusual until my father retired after 27 years in the Army, and I moved to a community in Riverside, California, where no one looked like me on my street. This is Valina and her mother. Fred Cloyd was the only son of a war bride who contributed to this project. Floyd is also a beautiful published novelist, writer, and poet. And I love the photos that he sent from his own early childhood in Japan. And I also want to point out that that's a photo of his mother and father at an American club outside Tachikawa Air Force Base, 1962. In 1962, the bases in Japan are segregated. There are dining clubs, social clubs for African American soldiers, Japanese women, but they're not desegregated. There are white clubs and there are African American clubs. This is the only photo I've ever seen of one of the African American military clubs. These are family friends. The Rayfuse family, literally, they were part of my circle of fictive kin my entire life, because when they moved, we followed, and we always ended up at the same neighborhood, the same military base. In the photos that were shared with me, I'll say this: some of the brides are wearing kimono, some of the grooms are wearing their military uniforms. Sometimes the grooms are wearing yukata. Couples celebrate their first New Year's together in Japan, or pose with their families for Christmas portraits. Once settled into their American lives, some women pose with their children in front of beloved family automobiles, while others showcase their bowling skills in local leagues. The women pose side by side with each other in the workspace of the kitchen, reminders of the close-knit communities they created near the military bases that we called home. Some photographs even capture the process of becoming naturalized citizens alongside the larger wave of international war brides from Europe. And I love it. There's a whole series of women posing with their favorite automobiles. So anyway, that's my mother and her Studebaker, my father's Studebaker in 1953 at Cape Cod. And I do love it. Pets also pop up in many of these photographs. The war brides proudly pose with their babies, with their young children, with beloved pets, in everyday moments caught by the camera that give evidence to their lives as wives, as mothers, as citizens, and as witnesses of war. Collected here, they capture slivers of what Barbara Harrison has termed identity, memory, and history as family photographs that are rerouted into this collective and crowdsourced Japanese war bride photography archive. Tifu, Elspeth Brown, and Deepali Dewan dare to ask, why is it that family photographs do not have a greater presence in histories of photography? These photographs from more than a dozen Japanese war brides have deliberately remind us how this generation of brave and resilient Asian women have contributed to the unique post-war story of interracial love, marriage, and immigration in mid-century America. Their smiling faces fill in the blank space of what has previously been an archival void. Together, they form nothing less than a counter-archive of photographs for Japanese war bride history. The Smithsonian Institution, by the way, currently has a traveling exhibit of Japanese war brides. Right now, I believe it's in Texas, South Texas. It'll be traveling later to Florida and then Central Valley, California. This is actually my mother and my son and my niece when Karen Kosmowski, who's a daughter of a war bride and a photographer, she was curating photographs for the Smithsonian exhibit. But I love how meta this photo is. My mother looking at a photo of herself as part of my slideshow while I'm interviewing her and while Karen is recording these three generations of war brides. Cultural critic Edward Kadava has observed, photography does not belong to history. It offers history. Throughout this archive, I've tried to make a similar case that the photographs I've gathered from across a wide range of collections do not merely belong to Japanese and American women's history, but rather they offer us a way to open up history itself. When we look at images of Japanese war brides who immigrated to America in post-war waves in pursuit of love, family, and dreams of citizenship, we should also ask, how would they like to be seen and remembered through photography? And I'm sorry that the audio isn't working for my slideshow. I'm going to close with this image of my mother and father in Pocasset, Massachusetts, 1953. I think I have those kimonos hanging in my closet, by the way. I asked my mother to look at the slideshow, look at the archive, and share her thoughts. And I'm sorry you can't hear her comments, but I'll tell you what she says. After looking at all the photographs, watching the movies, the movie clips from the war bride schools, she said, looks like all the girls are eager to learn and looking forward to starting their American life. With hope, they are really hoping. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much for a fascinating presentation. Our next speaker is Yeshan Zhao, who is an assistant curator of photography and media at the Art Institute of Chicago. He specializes in 20th century American photography and East Asian photography during the Cold War and its aftermath. He has served as a visiting critic for the Yale School of Art, and his writing has appeared in History of Photography and Aperture. Forthcoming publications include numerous essays on Reagan Louis, Louis Zhang, and Guan Doyun. He received his PhD in art history from Stanford University.
Thank you. You have many more slides. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Jihei, and the other members of the CCP for inviting me. This is my second time here, and I really have to hand it to Professor Kim for creating an important community to do this kind of work, and I'm really glad to be a part of it. I am going to talk today about this artist. He's an American artist named Jared Liu, and this is his most recent work called Mimicry. He has put his face on everyone in this picture, which he scanned from a collection of color slide transparencies that he began collecting a few years ago. And these composite images were made into new transparencies, which are then projected with about 100 others in a living room installation that's currently at the University of Michigan's Museum of Art. There are 3 types of slides in the carousel, but I just want to introduce a little more of the artist. So the project I'm going to talk about is his first foray outside of still imagery, but you may know his work, Please Take Off Your Shoes, which is about Asian diaspora communities in Metro Detroit, which is where he was born and raised, or In Between You and Your Shadow, which is a series centered around his family, in particular his mother. Jared Liu's mother was engaged to Vincent Chin, the auto worker who was murdered by 2 people in 1982, mistaken for a Japanese person. And these earlier series have been celebrated and explored in an exhibition at San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, as well as in Stephanie Tung's excellent Aperture issue on photography in Asian America. I'm going to focus on mimicry, though, because I think it answers this conference's call to confront discomfort and address some contradictions between lived experience and dominant narrative of being Asian in America. So there are 3 types of images in the slideshow. The one I showed you and this one belong to the first category, which are modified images of white families from mid-century America. Thank you for Chang Hu this morning to talk about kind of capsule definition of vernacular photography. You could call these examples of the middlebrow art, as Pierre Bourdieu would call it, things that affirm and construct a nuclear white family. So these composite images are new transparencies. And the second category are unmodified slides that he bought in a garage sale in Detroit in a box titled Chinese Party. So these are images of white adults who are dressed in various kinds of orientalia. And the final category, also unmodified, also from the period, depict East Asian American families from roughly the same period participating in the same kinds of rituals and events as the first category. And the sequencing deliberately jumps between these 3 categories, which makes the viewing experience kind of intense, even though it's a calm living room setting, as you can see. Sitting on the sofa, you kind of jump between pretty funny Photoshop jobs to the racist party, and then to occasionally encounter just very quotidian images of Asians in America. At the artist talk that opened the exhibition, I was seated behind an older white couple, and it was really interesting to listen to them kind of go between open laughter and then to, oh my God, like embarrassed about themselves a little bit. But to talk about the slide projector just briefly, we must acknowledge that this is highly indebted to Nan Goldin's project, The Ballad of Sexual Dependency. You may know this project as using multiple slide projectors, a custom soundtrack, and in it are images of Nan's friends and intimates from the 70s through the 90s as they lived through the AIDS crisis in New York. So the personal nature of the slideshow, especially after being repurposed by Golden in groundbreaking fashion, I would say, opens a door for us to think about mimicry along similar lines of biography and the artist's historical emplotment. You can argue that mimicry is maybe an articulation of the struggles of all look same for someone who's growing up in Detroit, where the racial lines are drawn mostly around white and black. I think it poses some very interesting questions about addressing racial inequity through representation and the possibility of uplift through assimilation, the idea of the model minority. And actually, I just paused at this moment and take a note from Tifu this morning that I want to highlight that this is somewhat of a majoritarian discourse within a minoritarian one, in the sense that within the question of America, of America or Asian America, this is a work about the role that Chinese and Japanese immigrants play in this idea. But for me, I think that this project Mimicry is about by which I mean anyone who has laid claim to or been handed the label of Asian American, relationship to whiteness. More specifically, it asks us to think through this relation within the history of the photography in the United States and how it intersects with East Asian immigration to the United States. So I want to connect Liu to an overlooked history, which dates back to the late 19th century, of East Asian immigrants who are coming to the country and then getting jobs as darkroom technicians or photo studio assistants. Liu graduated from Michigan State University in 2009 with a degree in graphic design, which is the perfect time to not get a job as a designer. He did, however, find a job at this studio called Stewart Fine Portraits. It's a family-run studio that still operates today, in fact. It was already decades old by the time he started working there in 2010, and the people he worked for were not even the first owners of the studio. So we can say with some confidence that it has been around probably since 1950, thereabouts. He had taken a digital photography class in college, but it was really here that he learned the craft and the business of photography. Stewart Fine Portraits, you can see a Google Maps image on the right there. They make their money through senior portraits, veteran portraits, family portraits, and vintage photo restoration. That will become important later. Liu started in the front, talking to customers, but then he moved to the back where he learned retouching. Retouching is like brightening up faces, removing flyaway hairs, getting rid of acne, things like that. And Liu was a shy person, but he learned a lot of people skills, specifically, and maybe particularly through mimicry. Talking to him about this, he explained that he copied his way of interacting with customers from Robert Stewart, the retiree patriarch of the business. Stewart, as any of us with experience talking to jolly old white guys, is effortlessly modeling an outgoing, kind of demanding, but also reassuring personality that made people comfortable. And just as an aside, he did call Liu a Chinaman. In Jared's recollection, even his parents were surprised at the newfound comfort and ease that he had speaking to mothers and children. They were really like, wow, he's not shy anymore. But returning to retouching, the most relevant skills he learned comes from restoring old family photographs. So this entails changing the color balance, brightening the image, removing physical damage from after you scan it. And to make mimicry, Jared posed for self-portraits in the studio in which he imitated the expressions, but also the lighting conditions of each person whose face he wants to replace. So drawing from his experience at Stewart's, he could use Photoshop, Adobe Suite, to integrate his self-portraits into the original image. Now, Liu began mimicry while getting his MFA at Yale. Actually, a lot of these photographers are at Yale. And his usual methods of finding subjects through social media, through social network, friend circles, you just cannot keep up with the demand to make new work. So, and also I will say that even as he worked on the degree, he also had a side job as a retoucher, doing, retouching model photography, taking out the backgrounds. And something really interesting came up when we spoke. Liu mentioned that when making this series, it was often necessary to adjust the color balance in his self-portraits. He had to reduce yellow and red tones from his face to make it blend more consistently with the bodies that he was putting his face on. And this problem derives from material biases that were built into film and photography, and this has been addressed by many great scholars, including Richard Dyer, Lorna Roth, Darcy Grigsby. I'll just gloss the most relevant salient aspects of this. In the United States, color slides and slide projectors were largely produced by Eastman Kodak, who also controlled most of the infrastructure for producing and processing film. After losing an antitrust lawsuit for controlling both the selling and processing of the film, they had to offer their films without charging a fee. This, combined with the introduction of Ektachrome, basically allowed a lot of local labs around the country to do their own color processing for their customers. They didn't have to send it to the labs in Rochester. Now, the decentralization of this infrastructure revealed something to Kodak's engineers through these little labs. They were complaining that the film was biased towards white skin, and especially in multiracial class photos, which is the most common time in which people of different skin tones were posing together. And Lorna Roth, in her excellent article about this, points out how this can be adjusted through lighting, exposure adjustments. And if you go to Brian Piper's really excellent work on Black studios in the South, you can see how the Hooks brothers, for example, in Memphis, mostly through lighting, can mitigate this, so long as everyone generally has the same skin tone. But then if you go to the Miyatake studio, Toyo Miyatake, long-standing Japanese-American studio in Los Angeles, you get this problem where the white women look maybe a little bit too pale, and the dark woman who's standing by the American flag is like kind of disappearing into the background. And this is the combination of everyone's got a different skin tone and you're outside, so it's hard to light that. And Roth talks about how the Shirley card and also the China girl are pretty well-known artifacts of this bias. These were both created in the 1950s for still and moving pictures, respectively. They use a pale-skinned white woman who's wearing a high-contrast dress as a reference point for color balancing. As Roth explores in her article, actually, this normative reference point does change over time. As you can see in the middle there, that's an example of a multicultural Shirley card. This is largely for profit reasons, which I can explain in the Q&A. Now, of course, Liu is not in the dark room, but he's in the computer. I'm using a quote here from Lorna Roth's article, but she makes a really important point. The working world of the photographic technician, at least in the United States, is in some sense constructed around white masculine desire. And I will bracket for now, especially as the cis man in this conference, my thoughts on the dynamics of gender and sexuality in Liu's work. I have written about these dynamics actually in another Chinese-American male photographer, Reagan Louie. And Lily Cho takes up this point and asks, in the space of the darkroom, why not we recognize that such technicians, though perhaps fluent in this white masculine desire, by dint of their work, they're of course not always white. And so why do we not think about their own histories, especially of their racialization, into the process? Now, one place to look are hand-colored photographs. Again, Brian Piper notes how color was often added by Black studio photographers to liven up complexions that just the film couldn't really render with great brilliance. And Marcy Kwan has talked really beautifully about the work done at May's photography studio in San Francisco. Chang Tan is also working on this material. And outside of the United States, I can think of two very good examples, post-colonial West Africa and Qing Dynasty China, in which photographic processes are being used by people who are not at all naive about these biases. But most productive with regards to Liu's work is the case of Soichi Tsunami, who immigrated from Japan in the late 19th century. He became an artist in Seattle and later in New York, but to support himself, he built a reputation as a really exceptional retoucher and studio assistant. First for the Seattle-based Ella McBride, that's her portrait on the left, and then later for Nicholas Murray in New York. Nicholas Murray was very famously married for a time to Frida Kahlo. When Tsunami moved across the country to study at the Art Students League, he carried with him a letter of invitation to work at Murray's studio. And these technical abilities, which Tsunami applied to photographing dancers and artwork, notably Martha Graham, Ruth St. Denis, but also artists like Konstantin Brancusi, Edward Hopper, This helped him get lasting freelance work as an object and exhibition photographer at the Museum of Modern Art, basically from the museum's opening in 1933 until Tsunami's retirement in the 60s. And these pictures, which were made by a man who had to get a letter of good conduct from Alfred Barr Jr., the director of the Museum of Modern Art, to assure the US government that he was not a spy or a traitor, they have been used for a long time by historians of art to make this argument about the white cube gallery, the modernist imperative to neutralize all difference in the name of this kind of avant-garde art. So just as a point of contention then, what are the stakes and strategies behind understanding this kind of technical institutional work in relation to the racialized figure who's performing it? And Lily Cho uses her father as an example. Richard Cho he escaped the Cultural Revolution in mainland China through Hong Kong, where he worked in a doctor's office. And there he learned to process and print in a makeshift darkroom that was used for x-rays. After immigrating to Canada, he took a job as a darkroom technician for the provincial government, where he worked for many decades, while also working nights in his brother's grocery store, which ran a small professional photo studio. Her father's unconventional training in Hong Kong and Edmonton, Cho writes, is an opportunity to think about the cultural and geographic specificities of these technical skills. So she introduces a Chinese term for darkroom work, 改色, and not because there's some essentially Chinese way of doing it, but 改色 implies a lot of different expectations, as Cho notes. You can read in that quotation there. So from this, some thoughts come to mind. One is that hegemonic practices in photography can and perhaps are always altered by local interactions with practitioners, especially marginalized ones, into syncretic formations. Perhaps instead of a universal language, as Minor White was hoping for, what we really have is a bunch of dialects. Consider then that Tommy Ka and Zhu Huang were both alumni of the Yale MFA, which has admitted Asian students since the 1970s. They are, in some sense, receiving this very conservative white training, but changing it to their own ends. Second, obtaining fluency with these practices then is a process certainly of correction, inflicted on the practitioner, but this doesn't preclude and maybe even encourages further recorrection or rebalancing. As Poyang addressed this morning with Tommy Ka, this comes about through a kind of act of disassembly and reassembly, or it can at least. That said, I don't think that mimicry is about changing the demographics of art photography, though it may provoke some anxiety from people who are concerned with the replacement of white people in the United States. And third, the process of becoming an American citizen is a useful analogy. I naturalized as an American citizen in my teen years. I actually didn't have a choice. My parents just did it. But, you know, I had to learn the Bill of Rights, who the president was, stuff like that. I just swear this oath, whatever. Certainly growing up in Michigan, I also grew up in Michigan. This transformed me. Studying the history of art transformed me. Working at the Art Institute of Chicago has transformed me. But assimilation is not a one-way process. I think of writing by Edward Said, Lisa Lowe. If you think of this dynamic between the center, the periphery, the major, the minor, the east, the west, these are reciprocal relations. After all, why are these white people wearing kimonos and qipao? So mimicry is important to me because it reminds us that this process of photography is fallible and therefore not given, not inevitable. I'm thinking particularly about Tina Kamp's writing, particularly this very complex construction of a grammatical tense, what will have to have happened. This is not blind optimism about that, you know, the idea that things will improve, but a conviction about what can change and what has to change. I will end by returning to this issue of all looks same, which is a racist phenomenon really beautifully captured by the art historian Pamela Lee, who wrote about being confused for the art historian Mi-Wan Kwan. I have personally been confused for Joshua Chuang, who used to direct this institution. This morning, Ha-Min Kim has wonderfully shown the tactics that you adopt to engage, deal with this kind of continuing force. So this is a photograph by the Chinese emigre photographer Chao Chen-yang, who was a consul general for the Republic of China, first in Chicago and then in Seattle. This picture, which he originally made in black and white, was recolored by him using something called flexichrome, which is a rare process that involves brushing pigment directly into the print. And Yang's talent for color photography eventually made it his livelihood because he ended up on the wrong side of the Chinese Civil War, which the nationalists lost. Yang was nearly deported back to mainland China in 1949. The art historian, forgetting her name right now, I'll remember it, has written about this. And that would have certainly, resulted in his death or detainment. Of course, the United States government does not appreciate the nuances of this and probably was just making generalizations in the name of national security. Further, Yang, while in Vancouver, was interrogated by the police under suspicion that he was a Japanese spy. I'll show you a spread from Life magazine at the time teaching you how to tell the difference. And this racist thinking about all look same is baked into photography since the 19th century. This is an 1875 story for American readers about retrograde photography practices in China. Just as a summary, it's making fun of Chinese portrait photographers. They're essentially not making any pictures at all. They're just picking negatives because no one really cares. No one cares about the difference. It doesn't really matter. And jumping forward to the global village thinking of the 2000s, we find new permutations. In 2007, the Chinese artist Ai Weiwei invited 1,001 Chinese people from the mainland to travel to Kassel, Germany as part of his exhibition Fairy Tale, which was his contribution to Documenta 12. They lived together in communal housing, and they visited the exhibition where Ai Weiwei had installed 1,001 wooden chairs, which he explained as 1,001 equals 1, the relationship between the collective and the individual. Now, my thoughts on all look same and photography in relation to that concept are fairly preliminary. A lot of this is just notes to myself and hopefully notes to other people for further research. But I do like Hentile Yap's perspective on Ai's project, which pertains to an idea from the philosopher Jean-Luc Nancy, this idea of the singular plural. I can elaborate on that more in the Q&A. But I just want to offer his points on the limits of inclusion and the liberal solution to racism, which is to say that the lesson from mimicry is not that we need to turn the minor into the major, but think about what maintains the minor as such and how the desire for inclusion or individuality, in fact, becomes an obstacle to real solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you for 4 wonderful presentations and just a very provocative panel. And I really appreciate the opportunity to engage with your thoughtful papers, which together take us into the folds and fissures of diasporic experiences where photography mediates longing and inspires creative acts of assembly. What each paper offers is not, there's a separation in the middle, I suppose. I was supposed to bring you all together. So just imagine me inserting myself there. You can just do a cutout and place me there. So what each paper offers is not simply an account of photography's role in the Americas, but an inquiry into what we do with photographs as makers, as collectors, and as critics, how they are seen and understood, the questions that arise when they disappear from view, and how we might pose new questions through acts of recuperation. Most importantly, the papers challenge us to examine how photography mediates experiences of migration, the methods by which diasporic subjects and the subject of diaspora, those are not necessarily the same, are made visible or defamiliarized through photography. So I'll start by offering brief kind of reflections on what I saw as the paper's central gesture. And if there's a disconnection between what you heard and what I'm saying, it's because I saw a different version of the papers. Elena opens with a quiet but urgent claim that Japanese picture brides as both historical subjects and photographic ones are marked by haunting, a presence rendered increasingly invisible, especially after the 1950s. Through the recuperation of vernacular photographs, she traces an archival, she basically activates an archival gesture or realizes this archival desire inspired by kind of feminist politics of care. her question, how these women, I don't think you stated this question, but it was in the paper, that version of the paper I saw, how these women might have wanted to be seen, asks us to consider the politics of recognition and what that might be, to foreground this desire on their terms and not necessarily ours, because the desire of a researcher is not necessarily the same as the subject being researched. So Maria intervenes in the US-centered narrative of Asian American visuality by turning our attention to the studio portraits of Chinese immigrants in Ecuador, photographed by Carlos Andrade. These images, formal, staged, and precise, are read not as mere records, but as potential performances of civic presence and belonging created in the context of racialized labor and the transnational construction of infrastructure, notably the Panama Canal. And I think this is a really interesting kind of subtext within this presentation between kind of the labor, migrant labor, and the pleasures of photography, and where kind of the labor of photography arises there. Asian brings us into the present through the work of Jared Liu, whose composite series Mimicry stages a formal critique of racial sameness by fixing his own face onto the archival images of strangers. Here, mimicry is not assimilation, but I read it as subversion and parody, performance of sameness that humorously exposes the violent undercurrents of its structured presence. This this practice emerges in the context of Liu's earlier labor as a commercial retoucher, hinting perhaps that his manipulation of color, surface, and form constitutes a kind of counter-retouching, one that brings racial bias to the fore. And the final presentation, in her final presentation, Mia offers a provocative reading of Long Jingshan's distinctively Chinese pictorialist practice, arguing for its significance not only within the history of photography, but as a diasporic aesthetic strategy. Lang's technique of Zhizhen Shaying, a kind of montage that draws from the principles of ink painting, becomes in Liu's interpretations a method of diasporic world making, where the California coast emerges not as backdrop, but as a charged site where diasporic longings and Cold War politics converge. So across these four presentations, what struck me are following shared concerns, and I keep adding to it as more as I listen to kind of the wonderful convergences of these papers. One is like the figure of the vernacular and how it gets animated in different forms. In assemblage, the second is assemblage as method, whether through montage, composite, recovery, mimicry, or creation. Each paper engages in the act or critically considers the act of assembling photographs, bringing them together across loss, distance, and dispersal. So it begs the question of diasporic temporality and actually diasporic spatiality, for that matter. So where the fragmented can never be fully sutured, but can never be kind of wholly pieced back together, and what that space of ambivalence and ambiguity might connote. There is, of course, the ethics of looking, and I think that is not specific to diasporic photography, but should be, the basis of any kind of critique of photography. Each paper in its own way asks, how should we look at these images? What kinds of labor and care are required when we encounter photographs that come to us through historical violence, migration, or commodified circuits? And what is the difference between then seeing and witnessing? And alongside the kind of aesthetics of the vernacular or the mode of the vernacular, there is the composite that is actually kind of a way to a thread to the earlier panel this morning as well. So I have questions for the individual panelists, but in the interest of time, I have questions for the panel itself. So I'll begin with the first is, how do your different research projects, different spaces, different temporalities, understand the relationship between fragmentation and form? And related to this is, when working with archives that are incomplete or dispersed, what kinds of aesthetic or methodological choices become necessary, and what do they make possible?
Well, thank you so much for that really great question. I think that maybe I can address the question about the limitations of the archive, because in the context of this research project, I think that that is very, very present and a real limitation. So the artist that I mentioned, and that all of his archive ended up in the hands of a private collector who is really passionate about working, you know, on this body of work. And it is not open to the public, and it is fully uncatalogued. So something that I've struggled with when I first encountered these images is identifying the sitters. And there are, you know, there are documents that show who was commissioning the works, but there is no way, at least from what I was able to see when I was there, how to match the people who are on the books to the people who are on the pictures. So I only know the names for sure about like a couple that was getting married, and that's because there is a Chinese Panamanian scholar who's related to them. So she was able to identify those two individuals. So I feel that that is a real limitation with this project, and something that probably, if I decided to continue to write about it, I would have to navigate. And probably I think that crowdsourcing in the way in which you approached your project may be an alternative. And then for me also, something that is interesting, of course, is that I am approaching these from, I suppose my positionality is closer to that of the artist, right? He was Ecuadorian, I am Ecuadorian, but it really fascinates me, these kind of untold histories within Latin American photography, and how to think about relations between an artist who is not, you know, hegemonic in the way that maybe a white American artist that was famous in the 19th century would have been, and how to think about, you know, he was also an immigrant in Panama. So I think that that is complicating the way in which I traditionally approach the role between the sitter and the photographer. But yeah, thank you for that question.
You know, with my Japanese war bride material, I curated what I like to consider the first digital archive with the 15 families that I reached out to. Some of them sent me one photo that was particularly precious or that they had access to. Some people sent maybe 20. And so I made a lot of decisions about what I would include or leave out. And if you go to the University of British Columbia site, you can actually see the photographs. There are probably double the number of photographs on that site that I shared with you. But it was, you know, I made a strategic decision to focus on like earliest images documenting a history that has a trajectory and whose story will need to be continued by another, you know, a younger generation of folks. I also want to point out that I'm lucky in that I had permission of everyone in those photographs. There's family permission, citations. And I think that all of the women in the photographs, except for my mother, who's 97 years old, they've all now passed. And so I'm very conscious of that responsibility to build an archive. Very fortunate to have access to so much family information and biography from women who were many families were stunned that that their mothers or grandmothers would be honored in a project because they thought that their lives were so marginal because they're not famous. They're, you know, ordinary women who led ordinary lives, and sometimes using a very basic like feminist approach to reconstructing women's history. Ordinary folks are always taken aback that someone else thinks their lives are worth recording. A comment I wanted to also share, this is a little bit different, but it's about archives and citations and how you construct something from scratch when you don't have much provenance. At Wellesley College, I had a student who was working in Wellesley College, our photo archives from turn of the century, and she came across a photograph in the campus archive of a Native girl, and it said, "Our little Indian girl, Maisie Blue Eyes, 1910." And it was from South Dakota. We thought maybe the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, a community that I have very strong relations with. Now, I do not like Mark Zuckerberg, and there are many things about Facebook that I'd like to deactivate and delete today. But I know that I'm in so many Facebook social groups, from War Brides to Cheyenne River, that I posted the photograph. Does anyone know anything about Maisie Blue Eyes from 1910? And about 4 different families said, "Oh, that's my great aunt, Maisie." But it was stunning how in a small community, everybody knows history, everybody knows names. But it's one way. There's no other way that we would have ever been able to track down a name, a person, a place. So just thinking about your own project with trying to find people, identifying folks from old photographs, that it's amazing what some social media sites can help with.
I think about the relation between coherence and fragmentation. I was born in the fragments of a former empire. I live in a current empire. And I think the imperial ambition is to bring coherence to form. And so as someone who works in a center of power for photography, I think about this a lot. And I think that what is most important to me is to show kind of the arbitrary moves that are used to construct this coherence and invite people to spend more time enjoying the contradictions that are required to sustain that. I think that a lot of what I like about Jared's work is that in one sense it is unapologetically him, but you would not be able to appreciate that fully. You would just leave it confused if you did not have this entire historical material context. I think that when I'm asked to do shows, for example, I am asked to do things that are grounded in history, quote unquote, or monographic, things that have a container. And I think for myself, I am often just trying to invert those containers and turn them inside out.
That's brilliant. Thank you. I'd like to maybe also say a couple of things following Yachen's brilliant remark here about fragmentary and whole. I mean, obviously, Lan Jingshan's work is all about that. And what's also interesting for him, I think the idea of fragments is that he approaches photography as fragments. He takes photos, not as photos, but as fragments of possible other, finished image later, but that idea is not there yet. It's a potentiality of the fragments. That's, I think it's most interesting for me. That's why I keep going back to this project. And the other notion about fragments is that I also approach it inspired by Lan Jingshan's practice as a kind of a ghostly spectral reminder of something else. In one of my earlier writings, I kind of teased out an idea of phantasmagoria, which as a performance form in the wake of French Revolution in Europe, it's kind of a show, a kind of Halloween type of show, horrifying show, when people go in and then the performer would actually throw in certain ingredients. This is Marat's photo, or Marat's pen, and there's a feather, and there's a string of hair from your former lover, and they throw into a fire, and then there will be the ghost will all be summoned in the air. So in light of this kind of traumatic experience of war and destruction and displacement, I think fragments also take on that kind of spectral power that they're not. I mean, the ghosts are not laid to rest, and yet their presence in the form of fragments is not necessarily always kind of calling for a reconstruction of that former whole, whatever that idea is, but it's to kind of settle some sort of aftermath of what to do with this. And the fragmentary nature of things itself is going to be here for a long time before they fully settle, or maybe they will never fully settle. I think that's the kind of power of fragments in photo that a lot of the artists around this time are invoking.
Thanks so much. I have a lot more questions, but I'm going to open the question period to the audience. We're a little bit over time, but I think that we can devote a few minutes so we can take a few questions.
A question for you that's not apropos at all, but what did you do in the reenactment of the Battle of the Little Bighorn?
Thank you for asking. On my website, elenacreef.com, you will find a page devoted to this current project. I learned that historical reenactment is not cosplay. There were no mixed race Japanese women at the Battle of Little Bighorn in 1876. So my only option, or the option that I chose that most aligns with the spirit of who I am, I portray doomed Bismarck Tribune newspaper man, Mark Kellogg. So I portray a white newspaper man whose job was to embed with the 7th Cavalry and capture stories about what happened and then send them back to the editor. I'm at Little Bighorn every year to collect stories, and I ride on the battlefield with Custer and the cavalrymen and doing the same thing. But I don't die on the battlefield. I do go through a mock death, though.
Me?
Just quickly, I guess the theme of labor and migrant labor was very apparent. I think in the panel was really sort of a nice theme. But I'm thinking about, the flip side of that is leisure and like rest and sort of thinking about that as a space for empowerment, the idea that you're caring for other people, the idea that you're having fun. And so I just wanted to ask each of you, and like what sort of evidence of that, do you see in your respective projects that you've been talking about? On if you haven't seen it, what do you wish to see?
Collage is fun. It's, just like as an activity, I recently met a Parsons student whose grandmother in Tianjin took a senior class of Photoshop, and now she just Photoshops their pictures together. And there's a way in which all of these things can be used for leisure, but I think, I cannot speculate about what life could be like if you didn't have to do this for a living. But I think that there was clearly a joy in performing this kind of work, especially in Tsunami's case. I think that he felt, even if, as he did forego his career as a painter, he really took pleasure in being the one to talk to the curators at MoMA and tell them how their exhibitions should be photographed. And so even in the space of work, it was still fun. That adage, what is it? You enjoy what you do, you never work a day in your life. Of course, under a capitalist system, sometimes hard to imagine. But I mean, I think that my job is fun.
One thing, very briefly, also fun. I'll just use this case study. Lan Jingshan, he lived to 104, and he's been accused of doing the same thing over and over again. But it's because it's fun for him. It's also because for him it's a ritualistic kind of way, and it's therapeutic. And then, as you can see, that it has infinite possibilities too.
I'm sorry that the image got cut out of my slideshow, but I have images of joy, bowling, friendship in the kitchens, laughter, community. There's so much of that. This is, I focus on early images of couples, but what got cut out of these slides are just everyday joy.
Yeah, so I think that in the images that I have encountered for this particular project, you don't see, you just see the sitters in the context of the studio. So I think that it's a little bit more restricted. But I do like to imagine that, the girls who participated in the beauty pageant were having fun as they got to have their dress, their dresses be so beautiful and to do their hair so fancily. So I can imagine them, I suppose, as they were getting ready to pose, just having fun. But I think it's more of a fabulation thing that I am trying to perform to relate to that concept.
Thank you. We have time for one last question.
Okay.
Professor Kim.
Yes. Well, my question actually, the question I saved for the first panel, but I do see it's quite related to this panel as well. I mean, overall for the symposium topic, I can't just the Hazel Carby's term imperial intimacies still very strongly remain all these projects, like all these intimate spaces and moments, but at the same time continuously sustain this imperial mindset or this patriarchal heteronormative structure of being and becoming, especially like when I listened to Elena's project about like marginalized Afro Japanese couple. So then like doubly, triply racialized, marginalized within each community at the same time. And also the studio photos in Ecuador, it's very intimate spaces. Those photos are all commissioned by the client themselves, right? So then like it's supposed to be archived in their own personal private album or archives as well. So I wonder like how you, it's a big question, right? But at the same time, how you think of this idea of like intimacies and also aspiration of grandmaster pictorialism. It's also very imperial for me.
No one's looking at me. So
Yes, that's a really fantastic question. And you are right that these images were intended for a domestic setting most of the time, particularly the ones of families. I think that the ones of businesses are a little bit different because I do think that those were circulated, you know, to advertise some of the commercial enterprises. But I do think that something that I would like to explore, and this is an interest of mine more broadly, is how the images got used in the home. And this is why I was very fascinated by the family album that was discussed in the first panel, because I started thinking about, oh, maybe these pictures exist elsewhere outside of the archive that I've worked on. Maybe they exist in family homes, in albums, and they have a different life there. So that is something that I would like to continue to explore, this idea of intimacy, of course, provided that people want to show me those albums and that they exist. But yeah, and definitely there is a very patriarchal, I think, structure in some of these images, and also very normative in how families are organized and arranged within those compositions. But yeah, so I'll have to think a little bit more about it, but thank you for the question.
The American Red Cross archive of bride schools does not depict any African American soldiers and Japanese women. If you left my slideshow thinking that the majority of Japanese war brides married African American soldiers, that would make me really happy. It would make me feel like that this crowdsourced archive project was a powerful intervention and that it moved those couples who are literally on the margins of invisibility to a highly visible center. And also just to remind everyone that some of the photos I showed you, the African American military club, these are pre-civil rights era, a moment of incredible racial segregation in the U.S. and also at our military bases abroad. I focus on those early photographs of newlywed courting couples, newlywed couples, because they capture the sort of interracial intimacies that are just rarely seen. And I wanted to make that hyper visible, at least in this first round. But yeah, thank you for that great question.
Jared and I bowl together. We both love bowling. That's why we're friends. And when I found out this about him, I immediately felt like we could be friends. Of course, bowling was invented here, but we both love it. Something about that feels right. In another sense, I mentioned this idea of the singular plural there's a way liberal subjectivity, there's a way if you're not part of that at first, you're thought of in the plural before you're addressed in the singular. I'm always a Chinese person before I am Ye Chen, who works at the Art Institute. And that can be kind of sad, but in the other sense too, you always have kind of built-in collectivity impulse that you want to be with other people.
The history of pictorialism, Chinese pictorialism, is patriarchal. There's no women photographer that I know of. There are a couple names that came up in those annuals, in those submission annuals in among international journals. There was a Daisy Wang who was on the top of submission list, I heard, but I don't know who she was. And also we are talking about Cold War here and the institutional figures and the reimagination of empires in this kind of broad context. And those are the players in that. So I think this is a great question to bear in mind. But unfortunately, we are asking the question such as Linda Nocklin's question, why is there no great female artist?
On that note, let's take a break and we'll resume with the keynote panel shortly.
So hello. Welcome back again. So now we'll start our keynote speech. And I'm delighted to introduce David Taylor, who will be introducing our keynote speaker today. David Taylor's artwork examines place, territory, history, and politics. Exhibited internationally, his projects reveal how borders can function not only as special demarcations, but also as an amplifying device, particularly attuned to geopolitical, environmental, and social conditions. Pursuing projects that chronicle the changing circumstances of the U.S.-Mexico borderlands, he was awarded a 2008 Guggenheim Fellowship and has released 2 monographs, Working the Line in 2010 by Radio Spooks and Monuments to 276 Views of the United States-Mexico Border by Radio Spooks and Nevada Museum of Art in 2015. Please join me in welcoming David Taylor.
Thank you, Jihei. That's a very generous introduction for an introduction. So I'm going to start by saying having done this for, I guess, almost 30 years, we figured out now, one of the great pleasures of that long in the field is that you get to introduce an old friend now and again. And so it's my distinct pleasure to introduce Osamu James Nakagawa. I first became familiar with his work in the early 1990s. The first image I saw by you was from your drive-in series, the Hiroshima Point Zero, and have followed the work ever since through projects that span Gamma Caves, the Witness Tree Project, and the most recent work, Traces. And James's work is distinguished by a deep interrogation of landscape as a vehicle for memory and history. And that's really a place of interest that we share and a sort of commonality in our work. So it's a distinct honor to have an opportunity to introduce you. Osamu James Nakagawa was born in New York City in 1962. We're 3 years apart in age, and raised in Tokyo. He returned to the United States, moving to Houston, Texas at the age of 15, and he received a Master of Fine Arts from the University of Houston in 1993. Currently, Nakagawa is the Ruth N. Halls Distinguished Professor of Photography at Indiana University, and he lives and works in Bloomington, Indiana. Nakagawa is a recipient of a 2009 Guggenheim Fellowship. He's the 2010 Nagashikawa New Photographer of the Year, a 2015 Sagamihara Photographer of the Year in Japan. Nakagawa's work has been exhibited internationally in solo exhibitions that include Witness Trees at the Photo Gallery International in Tokyo, Eclipse at the Photo Gallery International in Tokyo, Okinawa Trilogy, Osamu James Nakagawa, Kyoto University of the Arts, Banta, Stained Memory at the Sagima Art Gallery Sagima Art Museum in Okinawa, Japan, and Course, Banta at the Sepia International Gallery in New York, as well as many others. Selected group shows include the Triennial of Photography in Hamburg, Currency, Photography Beyond Capture at the Halle. I'm going to mess this up ruthlessly. I apologize. It's the Halle für Akule de Kunst Drechhallen in Hamburg, and Photography to End All Photography at the Brandts Museum in Denmark. A shared elegy, Emmett Gowan, Elijah Gowan, Takayuki Ogawa, James Nakagawa, at the Grunwald Gallery of Art at Indiana University. The photograph, What You See Is What and What You Don't, #2, Tokyo University for the Arts, and Infinite Pulse, Photography and Time, the Museum of Fine Arts in Houston. After Photoshop, Manipulated Photography in the Digital Age, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. War Photography, Photographs of Armed Conflict and Its Aftermath at the Museum of Fine Arts, Houston. Traces and Omens at the Nordlicht Photo Festival in the Netherlands. Contemporary American Photography #7, International Photage, Germany, Cuenca, Ecuador, and then Borderline Figuration, Media Dialogue, Photography in Contemporary Japanese Art in 1998, and the list goes on. So it's just amazing to see what kind of a career you can amass in 30 years. And your photographs are enormously important, and it's such a pleasure to have you here. And I look forward to seeing the newest work in this talk. Please join me in welcoming James.
It's on, right? Well, Dr. Kim, thank you very much. I mean, it's what a pleasure to be here and then join this group of people who really concerned about I think photography in in Asian American art. And David, thank you. I mean, we know each other for a long time, and then I don't know what happened this 30 years, and and also my wife, I did this keynote talk at the Hamburg, and she said, Your talk is way too long." It's hard. When I was young, I tried to make it longer as possible because I didn't have that much work. But now I'm trying to shrink, takes so much out. But I hope you will. I'm sorry. My computer. No. Mm. Yes. Okay, so I think I'm gonna talk about a little bit. I mean, little bit of my older work first, and then briefly. I'm not gonna get into it, but I want to talk about this new work that I've been making past 3 years now, since 2022. And okay, so well, I think David. Well, actually, yeah, David's introduction talked about. I have to do both. Yeah. My past, how I got here in United States, and I was born in New York. As you can see on the left, top left, that's the moment I came back from New York. So 2000, no, I'm sorry, 1962, 63, January. So I was born, and 7 months old, I went, I don't know, to Tokyo old airport. And then all the people who's screaming is our relative never seen before. My brother was 5 years old, couldn't speak any Japanese. And he was stunned with people screaming at him. And I'm like sleeping on a stroller. That's me when I was 7 months old. And then I grew up in Tokyo. So my first language is Japanese. And that's the junior high photograph, group photograph, wearing a Japanese school uniform. And that's 1977. So soon after that, I moved back to Houston. My father's business got transferred to Houston, and I moved to Houston, but I couldn't speak any English. I started going to high school, and that was Houston in 1977. Imagine not diverse at all. And my high school was predominantly white, and I think only had 2 African American and 3 Asian American. Oh no, Asians. Only 3 Asians. So after that, the Japanese economy bubble or boost happened. So many Japanese kids came to our school, but I graduated after that. So I'm gonna move on. And then that's 1988 in Yokohama. I went back to Japan to see my parents, and I worked a little bit, and then coming back back to Houston. And so I have to say hi, bye all the time. That was my life with my parents. Well, this and that. So David mentioned about this work. This was my first body work, I would say. This is a MFA thesis show. So it's 30 years ago, a little bit more than 30, I don't know. And I was fortunate to learn from my mentor, Ed Hill and Suzanne Bloom, Manuel. They worked as a team, and they were, I would say, great parents of digital imaging. And I learned by gathering up in a 14-inch, this is a 13-inch, right? So 14-inch monitor with 25 megahertz Mach 2CI. And, it was a slow manipulation, and nobody was doing it. So we couldn't even look at anybody's work. So, you know, we looked at Rauschenberg and James Rosenquist and, you know, mainly painter when I was trying to do something. But I made such a bad work first. But then my friend said, look at the contact sheet that you never print. You circle only 3 or 1 from each contact sheet and you have thousands of them. And why don't you just look at the things you don't, you know, circle? So I did that, and then I stumbled onto a driving theater, empty driving theater that I took in the West Texas and New Mexico. And then I saw maybe I can project or superimpose image onto this white canvas. But 25 megahertz, it takes about 20 hours to render anything. So you do something, you move something, you just wait. So you just walk away and get a coffee and it's still going. So I learned the zen of making manipulated image. So it wasn't easy as now. And I tell my students, you have a whatever, you know, quad, 200 megahertz, whatever. You should make 20,000 times more than me, you know? But the content of this was I was interested in, and I was going through the contact sheet, and then I noticed the images that I was taking photograph of kind of Americana images. And I was interested in demystifying American dream because I came here to, you know, I thought the United States is Disneyland because my parents had home movie and slides show and these, you know, these shows the Disneyland and Hollywood movie. So my expectation of United States was really wrong. When I came here and then went to high school, then I learned I didn't know I was yellow till I came here. And then so my question, I think, my photographic practice was informed by that question. And who am I? You know, and then I have 2 modes of image making approach. One is visualizing the social, political, and historical concern from my cross-cultural point of views. And another one is personal and introspective and telling the visual story of sometimes my family too. And over the years, my image making approach and question became dualistic and paradoxical. I usually approach my work questioning how these following concern relate and contradict, and what is the best way to incorporate them visually into my work. And I question what kind of medium that I shoot. Is it straight photography or, you know, painting or whatever? So this concern is East and West, you know, America and Japan, and past and present, presentation in reality, representation in reality, information and emotion, description and abstraction, documentation and imagination. I think people are talking about it today too. Documentation, imagination, image and an object, light and shadow, and chemical process, digital workflow, photography and printmaking and drawing and photography and computer imaging, and straight photography and manipulated photography. So those are the stuff that I'm still thinking about it. But it's not check, check, check. I mean, you cannot make work by check, check, check. These are all mushed up and then it comes out. So it's more like intersection of all this stuff will become my work. And this. And this is the second mode. It's introspect and personal. So I made this work when I moved to I finished MFA in Houston and 93 and stayed there for a while. And then I got a job at Indiana University in 1998. So that's the time I got married and we got a baby, and my father got a cancer. So the whole thing happened in one time in 98. We have to move from one place, Houston, to Bloomington, have to go to Tokyo to take care of my father and come back. And he got better, so he came to see my baby too in Bloomington. So it was crazy, crazy 1 year. But I kept taking photographs. Not knowing that I'm going to use this as a body of work, I thought that I'm going to manipulate this image because I was known as a digital photographer. But when I went there, most of the students were doing straight photography, and I don't know why they hired me, because everybody didn't like what I was doing, right? So I challenged them, and then I was looking at, and that made me look at what I was doing. And then I started to look at this, the contact sheet, and then realized that I was constructing memory and preserving memory. And then that's straight photography. I don't have to do all the other stuff on, to these images. And luckily, I made a good enough photographs, individual photographs, straight photographs. So became body work. And then later on, 10 years later, I think a little bit over 10 years, my mother started to get dementia, and we have to put her into assistant care place. And then 3 years there, and then she passed away. And I was taking photograph with her. She knew this time that I was making image of Kai series. So we were kind of collaborating together at the end, but she passed. And after she passed, I took my wife and I, we have to clean up the house. So we were going through objects, my mother's object, and then started to, before we throw it away, I made kind of still life images and created second series of Kai series. And then I'm gonna jump, because I want to talk about the new work. But then I did this another body of work in Okinawa, where my wife's from Okinawa, she's Okinawa. And I didn't know anything about Okinawa. But I went to Okinawa in 2002, I think, by myself in summertime. And I realized that, half of at that time, I felt like it was like half of the main island was taken by US military base. And I kind of see familiar, kind of dated 70s United States still there, the store and the restaurant and then all that kind of reminded me of old United States. So I kind of felt that it's familiar for me, America, but then still it's not quite United States. And then you see the fence and there is a base, and then people are working in there, as well as all the soldiers are training in this base. And then I want to talk about a little bit of sorry, I need to go here too. The history of Okinawa. Okinawa has a history of colonization by both Japan and United States. The Japanese conquered Okinawa and made it part of their empire in 1879. Ironically, on April Fool's Day, 1945, US landed on Okinawa Island and began 90 days of bloody battle of the Pacific War. Over 200,000 people died, including soldiers, US soldiers too, but 100,000 were Okinawan civilians. And I get personal because my wife is Okinawan, and my daughter is Okinawan, Japanese, American. And so it's part of it that, it's a personal matter now that I need to learn this culture a little bit so I can pass it on to my daughter. So 1,500 the U.S. Navy battleship parked outside of the coral reef, shooting up this small island. 200,000 tons of bombshells during 90 days, and estimated 5% were unexploded ordnance. And as 2020, when I did the last talk, 2,000 tons of shell were still buried under the ground. So sometimes you get roadblock, not sometimes, like, once a month, you get roadblock, and then they find the bomb, and they have to close everything, and then trying to get the military comes and take it away. But yeah, so that's kind of become, the reminder of World War II still happens all the time in Okinawa. All right, after World War II, U.S. occupation of Okinawa continued through 50s and 60s and functioned as the main strategic base for the Korean and Vietnam War. The U.S. occupation was extended in Okinawa until 1972, which had a huge political and economic impact for Okinawans' life. Since 80 years after World War II and 53 years after the U.S. occupation is over, in Okinawa, 25% of Okinawa's soil is still occupied by U.S. military, which equates 70% of U.S. military presence in entire Japan. So Japanese government doesn't want this, so you take care, So that's his kind of current situation as well. And then I made this work called banta. The word banta in Okinawan is cliff. And during this the battle, 90 days of battle, so many Okinawan civilians, as well as I think the soldiers, jumped off from this cliff called Suicide Cliff. So I think I have like 28 pieces that I did for this series, and I was curious. I just wanted to see 1,500 ship shooting up this cliff, and I think I can find the residue of the violence that done by these battleship. So first it was hard to get down, and I didn't know how to get down, and then it took me about 2 months to figure it out. But low tide and high tide. So low tide, I find the place to go down and then walk all the way down and take notes on which cliff facing which way, and then I go back and then shoot, take photograph. But these are all stitched image. And back in 2000, what was it? 5. Thank you. 2005. Even Photoshop didn't have a good stitching mechanism. So I was a little bit ahead of curve. So it took me a long time. Again, zen of making digital imaging. It just takes time, but I created this, when you just stitch image, that middle section bow out. So I pushed that back with a perspective to make everything straight. And then what happened was it became like sansuiga, Japanese Chinese painting, scroll painting, and the perspective changes. So all of a sudden I was on the ground, but it looks like I'm floating in the air. So I kept making this work when I was there. And then I applied for Guggenheim, and then I got a Guggenheim to go into cave. This is another mass suicide caves in Okinawa. It was used for foxhole, also military hospital. And then people were evacuating into these caves, but then the mass suicide happened. Japanese military distributed hand grenade to each family to blow themselves up before you get captured. So it's a mass. It was, and then I went in to these caves and using a long exposure walk around with a flashlight and paint with the flashlight to create these images. And then after that, I made this black carbon print with a piezo print. It's Epson printer converted to all black inks and to create the dark images, because after I start showing this work, the viewer will see not what I was experiencing. I use this technique to reveal the things I couldn't see. But then when I come home, when I look at the file in the computer, that's the first time I can see it. So that I started to question, what about my experience? You can't see anything. It's kind of scary, only bats flying around. But by revealing it, wasn't showing my experience. So how can I? So it's like crazy. I was trying to reveal, and now I wanted to make it dark so you can see it. And that was my piece I created. And then I think I have like 20 images of that too. And then after that, I was interested in more tactile quality of my experience. I went to see this exhibition of Richard Serra drawing in Manila, and I just blew me away because it's a huge drawing, and you have to stay there for a while. Then you start to see a lot of different textures and things are, painted. I would say not paint, but drawing, charcoal, whatever. And then I go, wow, that's amazing, right? And then he kind of said something about drawing is always underneath of painting. So I said, well, okay, photography is going to be underneath of my painting. So I took photograph of surface of the cave, and I think I really exaggerate the color, and I pour the cement, and also orange is rust, the bucket of rust, and then I paint it, and then made it really dark. This is a little bit too light. So that became my installation piece. So this is a exhibition in Tokyo, used to be Metropolitan Museum of Photography, but Tokyo Photographic Arts Museum. And the exhibition was called From the Cave. It's metaphorically from the cave. I'm the more literal cave piece in this show, but I hung this piece. It's 7 feet by 36 feet. And then I went more. This is a frottage of the War Memorial, and I just really wanted to get closer to what I'm looking at. And these are my attempt to I think was the word is on a war memorial, and trying to kind of I can't get this word out. Question the militarism in Japan, glorification of militarism. So that was my intent. And then from that, I made a film from the frottage and combined two different words. The words I picked was like sorrow, conflict, military, blood, cave, imperial, death. So those are the words that I made a frottage with. And then combined it with cyanotype and salt print. Salt print, I went to ocean and got the salt water from Okinawan Ocean, and then used that to make a salt print, and then painted the silver nitrate and created this work called Map as an installation. And then another thing I did was military fence. I did the direct contact prints on the base in Okinawa. And I went to, I think, all of them. And then I did, altogether, I think I have a little bit over 100 prints over 3-4 years. And then this is the Hamburg Triennial exhibition where they created this nice kind of military looking wall for me. And I installed this piece. Then now, it took me a while to get here, but this is the work I've been working on called American Truths. So before I start getting to my work, I will kind of inform you a little bit about the history. I'm going to be really brief. To give background to my new work, here's my brief history. Any people think discrimination against Japanese American in the United States started after Pearl Harbor. But anti-Asian feelings or sentiment and law existed long before that. Since 1790, law allowed only white people to become citizens. In mid-1800s, more laws stopped people of Asian descent from testifying against white individual and from marrying them. The Chinese Exclusion Act on 1882 largely ended Chinese immigration. Meanwhile, Japanese immigrants continued to come to California and Hawaii, where they succeeded in agriculture. But their success worried white people, and which led California to pass the Alien Land Law in 1913. This law banned Japanese family from owning land. The law became tighter in 1920s, and 10 other states adopted similar laws during this time. Anti-Japanese feelings increased, fueled by the racist politics of President Wilson's administration. Then Pearl Harbor was turning point in American history, united the nation against foreign threat, while fostering xenophobia that result in the mass incarceration of Japanese and Japanese Americans. 2 months after Pearl Harbor, President Franklin Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, forcibly incarcerating 125,000 Japanese and Japanese Americans, mainly in camps in the arid American West. We have 2 in Arizona, north of Arizona, many of which were constructed on Native American land. Many families suffered the dual trauma of losing their land, home, and businesses while being isolated in the camps. Harsh, desolate environment at the hands of their own government. Then, okay, this is done. I'm sorry. I was a little bit ahead. Okay, the turmoil of pandemic. Now, I'm going to move. Now, this is my, became my journey. It wasn't project because I didn't know what I was doing. I just got on the car with all the stuff I had done in Okinawa. So I coated cyanotype paper and put them in a tube, paper, frottage material, inks and stuff. And I even brought the film camera, medium format film camera, and my other usual digital equipment too. But I just got on the car with my wife first and I went to Arkansas because my wife's family is in Arkansas and there's 2 camps, incarceration camp in Arkansas. So I wanna just read this statement because this kind of sum up why I did it. The turmoil of pandemic, the killing of George Floyd, and increased anti-Asian hate crimes during the Trump presidency were a painful reminder to me of America's deeply ingrained systematic racism. Amidst of all this, as I turned 60, I saw the home of my parents in Japan. Together, these things forced a personal reckoning. And turning 60 in Japan means there's a tradition of, we celebrate actually. We have to wear red vest and red hat. That signifies that you're going back to newborn. But you can take all the wisdom with you for 60 years. And then everybody has to follow your order. I love that though. I wish I could do that with my students. But so I just made me think. I'm back to baby, and then I lived 60 years. So what I'm gonna do? And then I built a new studio during the pandemic, and it was beautiful to have that, you know. But then I sat in the middle of the new studio, white wall, and I start crying. I was shit. I don't know what I'm gonna do. And part of it is turning 60, started to question. And then I was showing in Japan a lot, and then I was recognized. I am recognized in Japanese photography world too. But then something comes to exhibition that, they kind of recognize me as a Japanese American. So I speak fluent Japanese. I grew up in Japan. So then, okay, well, then you're not going to include me because I'm Japanese American? Or so those kind of stuff that I started to question, in Japan too and here too. So I don't fit in. Kind of imposter syndrome again. So I started to feel that I need to do something. And this led me to wonder about experience of Japanese American whose ancestors immigrated prior to World War II. Unlike my family who came to the United States during the post-war economic boom, these older generation of immigrants and their descendants seems guarded, as if they were carrying a burden of American experience that was too much to speak of. A dark experience deeply rooted, yet just under the surface, inherent in the structure of their adopted nation. In 2022 to 2024, I made a total of 19,000 miles pilgrimage to all sites where these camps were had been, in attempt to understand how the racism inherited in my American experience had carried a former generation of immigrants to places of such a desolation. And now that I no longer have a home to return to, I have no other choice but to call the current climate in this country my home. So that was my statement. I kind of changed it a bit. But then my journey started. So this is the first place I went, Rower incarceration camp. I got there in the middle of the day. And as you can see on the top, it's nothing. So I told my wife, maybe I don't have any project, or I'm pretty good photographer, but I cannot do much with this. So I told my wife, well, let's just look for a place to stay, which was like a 30 minutes away from this place. And we stayed on the motel. And then I told my wife that, okay, let's go back in 5 in the morning. Maybe light changes and then you see it differently. So the bottom one is the next morning that I went back. So shadow gave me access to visualize things I cannot see. And then I asked my wife to stand in the middle of the tree shadow, and I took photograph and go, you're too pretty. No, you're not. I think it's me. So it's about me. So I went over there, and then I took photograph of myself kind of stuck my face out to the right. And then she didn't know, so she just kept pushing the button. And then I came back and then look at it, and I went through all that, and then I stumbled onto this expression. I'm self-conscious. I never do self-portrait. David, I don't do self-portrait, right? So all of a sudden, maybe, okay. And then I just looked at myself and go, well, it's a middle-aged Japanese or Asian man standing, kind of contemplating with a strange expression, and the metaphor of tree maybe thought was, great. So after this, even nothing there, I can do at least self-portrait. Oh. Yeah, and then, so this is a journey. I drove, and after Arkansas, my wife went back to Bloomington, and then I was alone. So I went to Colorado, Amachi camp, and that place changed because it was cold, and the war started, and that was the day, the February 19th, 9066, day 2, and yeah, it was that. I went to Colorado and then thought maybe I should keep going. And then I got stuck. That's Tule Lake, California. My old Outback got stuck, and then Mexican farmer came and helped me and spent like 3 hours trying to get me out, and was so grateful. So I did a lot of stuff. I didn't know what I was doing, so I took all my stuff, and mainly I rely on light because not much there. All the place I went, not much there. So I decided to, then you find something sometimes on the ground, and then I decided to do a photogram. So cyanotype, I made lots of cyanotype with a found object. And then also I had my camera, the medium format camera. So I start taking photograph of trees. But this was my studio without figuring out what to do. So it's a fragmentation of my memory, my vision. But then I don't know what to do, how to put it together. So that was before I start making body of work. So it's just the material. And then while I was taking photograph of these debris and landscape, and then you see these trees in the distance standing and kind of looking at me. And it's a winter time, so it's kind of figurative too. I was all by myself, so it's kind of assuring to see somebody's watching, which is trees. So I grabbed my camera and I went over and then talked to the tree and go, okay, I'm gonna do the portrait of these trees. That's how I start doing the trees. And I got lucky. This Mamiya 6 camera that I inherited from deceased friend. And I don't know why, but I took it with me, I had it in my car, and I grabbed whatever the expired Tri-X in my refrigerator. So I had that. And so I just took one photograph, mainly one photograph of each trees because I don't have that many film. So, and at the end, with going 20 different incarceration camp, I had 87 or something trees. And then my gallery wanted to have a show, and then so my back in my Zoom meeting in the background, so what is that contact sheet? And they said, well, it's the trees, so can you send me? So I sent it contact sheet, and she goes, let's do trees. So then I didn't know what to do with this. Okay, should I make just straight prints of, trees? And so the left one is a first attempt. I made a perfect tone straight print, and I decided to put the camp name and how many people incarcerated. And then I finished like 10 of them and then pin up on the studio, and then I don't feel it. I don't feel the way I felt standing on this desolate place. So I played with the curve of the perfect file. And then I stumbled onto this kind of tin type look, heavy air. And then also, I was lucky, Tri-X with a grain became dust that, sandstorm all the time. So it kind of worked out nicely. So this is Manzanar. And then also Manzanar piece too. The problem with Manzanar is background is so beautiful with Ansel Adams, photograph. But I think this tonality, I think I pushed it back so it doesn't seem that good. Because when I got to Manzanar, I did the selfie and sent it to my wife. And then my wife texted me back, wow, that's a beautiful place. But then can you cover the mountain? And then, So these are more images of the witness trees. So it's all from different places. The second trip I did was in July, and it was summertime, so that I have some leaves. That's Heart Mountain and Wyoming, and that's Minidoka in Idaho on the left. So it's kind of solarization, but not quite solarization, not quite infrared. So it's kind of strange tonality that created this kind of eerie feeling. And then looking at my studio, I have the self-portrait, but I was thinking about, should I make the self-portrait as a body of work and just the self-portrait? And then I go, that's not quite doing it. It's too literal, too clear. I think I thought that I need to kind of offset my intention a little bit with different image. So I do this with my students. Remember, 60 years old, I have to get back to basic. So straight photography. And then diptych assignment, I give my students diptych assignment because diptych is the first time that students understands two different images with two different signifiers or combination of signifier creates different meanings or different feelings. So I challenged myself to do students assignment. And then I decided to pair two images together, but it took me 6 months. I have 400 photographs. I switch them around every morning, and then I take it down and then switch it back. I did it for 6 months, and then these pair just kept coming back. And I think my not method, but the way I intuited, but I was aware of the literal information of my self-portrait. So on the right side, I was thinking about abstraction, and then some of them are representation, paintings, photography, and then some of them I played with history or photography. I mean, that looks like kind of daguerreotype photograph. It's Arizona, Poston camp on the plaque. And then again, abstraction on the left side is a jail wall of the Tule Lake. And then one on the right is a water reservoir. I'm standing on a water reservoir wearing a Japanese 906 announcement poster t-shirt that I bought at the park ranger museum, park museum. And then the bottom one is in Lowsburg, tip down former barrack. And on the right, it's Fort Sill. Fort Sill, there's a Japanese American incarceree got shot by the guard, I think. And so then I saw this huge missile, the first, the missile. And so I did this Eddie Adams photograph of excursion, and I moved. So it's a little bit, see, it's a performative, so I have to have fun in a way. So I trying to incorporate different, and then another one that's posting on the left, and then one on the bottom. My wife came to save me because got to Manzanar, but then I have to drive back. And can you come help me to drive back? And then she came to Las Vegas, and then went to Utah, and then did this portrait. And then one on the right is this project took me to Pearl Harbor, because the whole thing started Pearl Harbor. And then also when I talk about this kind of stuff to American people, they all say, well, but Pearl Harbor, right? So if that is the justification for, I would say, you know, Pearl Harbor, 68 civilian died, 68. Okinawa, 100,000. So for me, it's just a question, hello? And then I went to Pearl Harbor and took photograph of the oil leak of the Arizona. And the one on the left is a rainbow came out on the, and then one on the bottom, I took photograph of this halo in Hiroshima. And then I didn't know that I'm gonna pair this together, but it kind of worked out that I did this self-portrait of putting my face over the sun. And I was wearing a cyanotype barbed wire circular t-shirt. So second time I went to the camp, I was more self-conscious. Should I wear this? What kind of socks should I bring? I mean, I did all that. And then another series. So now what to do with cyanotype? I solved the problem with a self-portrait, but then cyanotype. So this, I keep staring at cyanotype and tone cyanotype, and it's a landscape, blue and brown ground. And that was my experience going to the, you know, the west landscape, blue. I mean, Arizona, there's no cloud either, blue and, you know, brown. So maybe I can make landscape with diptych. And also the act of making cyanotype and rubbing is such a close experience and immersive. Compared to a photography, you always have a distance and looking at, observing, looking at assessing. But then frotage is just you draw. And I felt like I'm trying to get again, things you cannot see, history, by rubbing it so many times, and or putting the object directly onto the paper. So we'll bring the past aura or spirit. So, and then decision of making these two, when I put it together, I go, that's interesting. Far away and then really close. And then also it looks like landscape. So that was my decision. But I digitized it because cyanotype and then also the photograph paper has two different medium that it just didn't mix. So I found I used the Japanese origami before, and the origami can reproduce high resolution photographic image. At the same time, has this tactile paperness, and then you work together with a cyanotype, so it worked really well. On the one on the left, the landscape photograph is kind of, I got provoked by my friend, Mark Klett. I came here and then went to the different camp. But then I went to see him and go, oh, James. Ansel, you know Ansel's famous photograph of the rock and the Mount Williams? And I go, yeah, that should be behind the Manzanar camp. Well, you should find it. I was like, well, Mark, I'm not a re-photographing kind of person, but kind, you know, but I really loved it. So I went, I'm gonna find this rock. So I went 3 days and I found the rock and then stand on the, you know, by the rock and then realize Ansel Adams facing his butt to the camp. He was interested in the other side. It's beautiful. I mean, you cannot, you know, it's a beautiful photograph, right? What he did. But the fact is, when you stand there, you know he was taking photograph and then camp is back. So, okay. Famous white photographer, I'm gonna challenge you. And then I went back more time and then did the reverse Ansel Adams. And then the weather became really incredible. So yeah, so that was my kind of small. So that's my active cyanotype and rubbing reportage. And then I washed in a windshield shield and squeegee. More. One on the right is Arkansas. So some of them I blended. It nicely blend cyanotype and then photograph. And then also I kept taking photograph of railroad lead to these places. So yeah, that became another my assignment. When I see railroad close by, I took photograph. And then of course that looks like a blue Japanese flag. One on the left is Crystal City, Texas, on the way to the camp. And then I start making cyanotype at home too, using my toys that I have, like Enola Gay, Shadow, and again, references to art history, Mondrian. It's a message board. And then back again. One on the right is Pearl Harbor. And then one on the left is Okinawa. Image from Okinawa. It's a human bone. And then footage. So this is, I'm gonna end with this. This is a piece I just did for exhibition in Bangkok. And I may get in trouble, but then if I'm outside of the United States, I may not. But this one, I made the work on the left one first, and then Trump got elected. So I decided, God, the world is turning upside down again. So that was my thing, and then I'm stepping, I don't want to use stepping on, I'm standing on the American flag on the Tule Lake, because when I was taking photograph of not doing that, just a photograph of American flag and Japanese flag on the sand, the soil, this white farmer came up to me. He's like about my age, a little bit older, and go, oh, don't get scared, don't get scared. Well, I'm not scared. But then he kind of passive aggressive, you know, he just said, well, do you know where you're standing? So that, so, yeah. And this is my land. Oh, okay. I'm just taking photograph. Well, can I take photograph here? I said, sure. But then he gave me a lecture on, you know, he said, everybody's watching you. You've been driving around here and taking photograph, and then everybody watching you. So I said, well, that's good that you guys are protecting me. You're watching me, you know? And then he said, well, but you know, he said, the word concentration camp on the memorial is totally sensationalized. And he just kept saying about the Japanese American has been sensationalized the whole thing. It wasn't that bad. That's what he said to me. I said, really? So I just grabbed it. This is not bad. You know, those people lived in San Francisco and metropolitan area, they're not used to living on a, they're not camping all the time. So that, excuse my language, I was pissed off. I was really pissed off. And then I didn't challenge him. And then you know, he left. And then after that, I did that photograph. And yeah. And so I want to end my talk with expressing my concern regarding today's presidential proclamation, which invokes the Alien Enemy Act of 1798 to address the situation of Venezuelan immigrants. This law allows for deportation of people from countries at war. I didn't know we are in a war with Venezuela, but with the US, and it unacceptably targets specific nationalities. History shows the danger of such actions as I presented today. We cannot allow the current administration to manipulate, distort, or wrongly restore truth and sanity to American history. We must strongly support policies that emphasize compassion, fairness, and human rights. It is crucial that we learn from our past and choose a path that truly reflects nations' diverse values. Thank you very much. Perfect.
Thank you so much for this really wonderful, fascinating talk. So we are now concluding today's all panels, and then we'll meet again tomorrow morning starting from 9:30. Thank you so much for joining us all day, and especially my students and my beloved students. So I still do. I mean, your eyes still shining. You could stay for next 4 hours too, but we're going to conclude today, and we'll meet tomorrow morning again. Thank you so much.